Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
How are you, Janice?
Fine, Dr. Mapesa.
Right. I think we are getting a little bit late. Welcome to the conference. As we wait, I think we can introduce ourselves through the chat so that we get to know who is who. Which school are you coming from? Which institution? If you are not from our university, so that we get to know each other as we wait for the smooth coordination of the activities. They're still setting up the control center.
Okay.
As you know, today we usually have worship between 8 and 9, so it will take a bit longer, probably 15 minutes for people to settle down. So we can introduce ourselves by just typing in the chat. I can be looking at the chat and mention you. I see we are growing. The list is growing. We have a couple of participants, around 20. We're expecting 100. And I believe we'll have a very interesting session today as well as tomorrow, because I have insights into some of the presentations. Almost 80% is PhD work, which is good. So here we go. I think we have Professor Wanja, the host. In the meeting, we have Evans Riyad from Kemu. Are you presenting, Evans? All right, thank you. So Evans is also a presenter, not just an attendee. Evans, you've seen the abstract, the book of abstracts, so you know at what time your session is. So there is So I see there is Janice, Mary Bidi, Mary, welcome, and Janice too. So in as much as we're going to stick to the program, sometimes we might save 1 or 2 minutes. So I would prefer that anybody who's presenting today, you stay in the call, just in case we get to save a few minutes, then we can proceed. Otherwise, if you stick to the timing, we might have difficulties locating you when you drop out. So if you are presenting today, I would rather you stick in the call and listen to the others, even if you are coming in at 2. So there is Epony, Karibu, there is Moses. Hi.
Yes, I'm good. Angie, how are you?
Catherine Mutua. Catherine, you're in which school? I happen to know where Moses and Epony belong. Titus Kilonzi, Karibu from Dekwat.
Thank you.
See if there is anyone else. Okay, I think those are the few messages we have. In 3 minutes, I'm sure we'll get started. I'm hoping the control center is ready. So in the meantime, is there anyone who probably are thinking that they might want some form of assistance? Because I think the slides will be rolled from one central place. So your job will just be to speak. Although I know because of some challenges with IT, there are people when it comes to their time to present, they have difficulties. See if I can get the program. So from the program, after the keynotes address, I haven't seen Violet. I've seen Titus. Titus, that is okay, and Riyad. So Violet is the first presenter. She'll be in.
Oh,
Good morning. I hope the registration process is ongoing.
Do we have the link for registration? I think it is yet to be
Hello?
posted in the chat. Do we have the link, Padma?
The link is not there yet.
Right. Let me find out from Akawi.
I will share it shortly.
Right, thank you. So the link will be shared in the chat by Dr. Kawila.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, Prof.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Prof. Wanja.
Morning.
Morning. Sorry, we are starting a bit late. We had the chapel, but we have settled. Apologies for that. We should be going in the next, in exactly 1 minute. We will start the program. I'm sure all of you have the program with me. I have the DVC, and the VC is also around. So we are just setting up the ICT and then we'll get going. Thank you very much, Mr. Eddie, for joining. We see you're there. Thank you, DVC, for being there, and thank you all for coming on time. And as we set up, we will start with a word of prayer from our chaplain, Reverend Karani. If you're there, you can start us off.
Yes, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Wanja. And all of us, good morning. And yes, it's another good day that the Lord has blessed us with, so that we can continue the program of today and even tomorrow. Yeah, I know we have come from our different chapels. Every Monday we have devotions. But I remind, even as we pray, Corinthians 10:1, that in everything we do, brings us to bring glory to God. Whether we eat, whether we drink, is actually a representation of the ordinary things we do. We have to do everything for the glory of God. And actually, it just means that everything minus God does not bring him glory. So even a research conference like this, we are doing it not for our own sake, but also by the end of it, all glory and honor shall be unto God. Let us pray. Gracious God, we want to thank you because you love us. We thank you because you've endowed upon each and every one of us a gift of life today, because of your doing and not our doing. And therefore, Lord Almighty Father, in this conference, even as we begin, we acknowledge and recognize your power as we move on with our conference. And therefore, God Almighty Father, everything that will take place, all the participants, everybody engaged in this conference, Lord, they will be guided by you in everything that you do today and tomorrow. Therefore, have your way, take control in the entire process and the entire exercise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Back to you, Prof. And there are some mics which are on.
Thank you very much, Professor Reverend Karani. Please, colleagues, can you switch off your mics? Janice, your mic is open. Please switch it off. Janice, if you can hear me. So welcome to the second postgraduate conference, KEMU Postgraduate Conference. We are very glad that you've all come. This is as part of the directorate and of the academic division. We have decided that we will do 2 conferences because of the demand. We had over 45 papers that came to us, and among these ones, we have accepted 36 to be presented in this conference. That shows that as Kenyans, really, we are doing a lot of research, and we are also disseminating that research. That is very commendable by all of you who have joined in to make the presentations. So the Directorate of Research and Innovation and Extension is where the conference is hosted, and it's under the Division of Academic Affairs. So mainly what we are doing is to support research, not only the postgraduate research, but also to support research that is done by colleagues, and that is one of the mandate of the university. So we had another conference that happened in July, which was also very successful, and this is the second one. And we shall be, next time, I think we will have it for 3 days or even 4 days, because we have noticed that there's a big demand. Thank you very much, all. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Mary Kinoti, the DVC Academic Affairs, to make a few remarks, and then to welcome the VC who is around. Thank you very much. Karibu, DVC Academic Affairs.
Good morning, colleagues, and our guest this morning, Eddie. Indeed, it is a joy to have all of us together, gathered for this very important task in our university. The university exists to do basically 4 things. One is to teach. The other one is to conduct community service. And the third one is to engage in research and extension. We have been carrying on with teaching and learning very, very, very well. We have been carrying on with the community service, guided mission and the mission of the institution, and we have been engaging in research and extension. And the reason for being as here this morning, to further engage with this mandate of research, innovation, and extension. And it is wonderful, Director Professor Wanja, to see how enthusiastic both the faculty members of Kenya Methodist University and the postgraduate students, and even colleagues and peers from other institutions are passionate about engaging with us in this particular field. So for me, I feel very happy to see and to know that many are excited to participate in this. And particularly to remember, it's not long ago when we held the first session this trimester, where we had more papers than we could engage with, just like you have said, and they came from across the globe. And today we continue with the same. I note that our theme is operationalization of entrepreneurship, education, health, and technology in sustaining biodiversity. A very timely theme, a theme that speaks into our daily practical lives, both in the industry and in all arenas. And the sub-themes are cutting across areas that are very familiar with us, areas that we need to continually make inquiry so we can be able to do better contribution, generate better solutions, and engage from an informed point of view with issues that are happening in the world of entrepreneurship, world of religion and cultural diversity, world of environmental sustainability, health systems, medicine and pharmacy, climate change, and many others. So I congratulate Dr. Wanja, Professor Wanja and the team for this very nice selection. From philosophical point of view, somebody has said that an unreflective life is not worthy living at all. And from a point of view, we want to submit to us that an uninquiring mind, an uninvestigative mind, an academician who does not engage in a research with an intent of discovering is not worthy to be called an academician. And therefore, the task we have with us this morning to listen to people who have gone out there, have been investigating, have been wanting to discover, have been questioning, is very important for us, because that is how we are able to come up with approaches that can be able to remedy or even to contribute constructively and positively to what is happening in the world of academy and also in the real life, practical world. Colleagues, at this juncture, allow me to introduce to us and to invite to us, to speak to us, our Vice Chancellor, Professor David Geshoya, who is with us this morning, an accomplished researcher in his own way, and a passionate educationist. Allow me to welcome him to give us the opening remarks and also to move us forward at this point. Shall we unmute our mics and welcome him, please? We give a factorial 3. Open up your mics and do your mic. Also show your face, your cameras, put on your cameras so that he can see us even as we welcome him this morning. And I will guide us as we do the factorial 3. I'll do 1, 2, go. When I say go, you do 3, then 2, then 1. All right, I can see we are very many. Let us go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. I now want to welcome Prof. Gubin to make his welcoming remarks. Karibu, sir.
Our chief guest, Eddie, thank you for having attended our conference, our scientific conference, presenters, colleagues, and other people who are listening. Good morning. Praise the Lord.
Amen.
Pleasure, of course, to get engaged in this academic exercise. I know it is a very important part of the research process for our postgraduate students. Apart from that one, there are other distinguished researchers who are also going to make their presentations. As you have been told, well, the Vice Chancellor, my area is information technology. Well, I think I'm feeling challenged. At the onset, I would say that I'm feeling challenged because after I started doing this administrative work, I seem to have backslided from doing research, but I hope that it will end at some point and I'll be able to catch up and start my kiosk of doing research. I've also attended many research conferences, colloquiums, and others. And of course, we learn a lot from that, apart from disseminating our research findings. Research is still very critical, especially in our world. I read an article yesterday which was talking about various ways of building an economy to make sure that the economy moves forward. Of course, we have just done elections and we have a new government, and there are various ways which the government can be able to move forward. To be able to do that, of course, it requires to tap into the research. Research will always be important. Some people might say that, in fact, even university education is not even important. We have seen articles on that, but we have also listened to people saying like that. But research is what is going to create the knowledge, and from that knowledge is where we can be able to move our economy forward from a point of knowledge or information. So this conference is very important and very timely, and I thank the team which has prepared it. It's the second one, and we will make sure that we are going to move forward with it. Research, of course, is very critical to a research institution, as the DVC has said. Without postgraduate students doing research, I remember there is one vice chancellor who used to say that In fact, the postgraduate students are the most important students in a university. That was the research aspect. Of course, maybe from my point of view, I would also say we require money. So we also require the undergraduate students who are actually the ones who bring money. That time I used to agree with him, but now I might look at a different thing. But research is very important. But what he wanted to say is that any university which does not have a research output, then that one is just an advanced high school. So research is very critical, and I think for the postgraduate students to attend this one is very good. As I said, is that I've attended many of them. I remember my first conference as a postgraduate student. That is when I was doing my PhD, was in a place called Antwerp in Belgium. And I remember it had a lot of challenges that time. First of all, with the technology, I had my research in a diskette. When I went to that place, there was no computer which had a place for a diskette. That is disk drive. People are using either email or flash disk. The network was in French. So I could to even send my work on email and download it, it was a challenge. At the end, I managed to go through that and managed to present. But of course, my slides were having a bit of, were a bit interesting or funny. And people were laughing because of the slides, maybe not the knowledge which I was presenting. But that was my experience. And apart from that one, I attended many and I became quite good in them. And I think because of presenting in so many conferences organized by the Commonwealth, the alumni in Radan nominated me to attend a fellowship for 4 months in Britain. So it means that participating in research and being interested and committed can actually help in very many other ways. So of course we gain a lot. We should be able to listen to these presentations. They are very beautiful topics here, not beautiful, but interesting topics. Of course, the booklet which I have here looks beautiful. So maybe that is why I'm saying beautiful, the way they have been designed. But what I can say is that they are very interesting topics, which I'm sure I'll get time and also listen to some of them. I want to mention those ones which I will be listening so that the person does not try to do something while they are presenting. All what I can say is that during my presentations, I always write constructive criticisms or responses from us. In our process or research, we have also encountered destructive ones, criticisms. I remember one time I was presenting in the University of Pittsburgh in US, and the organizers decided to have a colloquium, a side track for only African postgraduate students, especially PhD students. And we were only two from Kenya. And when I gave my presentation, the guy from Kenya started criticizing my work, saying you should have looked at this. I know this one. Of course, he didn't know that I had done my research and I was talking from a factual point of view. But as it says, is that never argue with a fool. People might not notice the difference. So the other people from other countries could not tell who was right or who was wrong. But of course, there was no point of getting into those arguments. That one, I would have considered it destructive. But to build one another, let us give some very constructive criticisms. And that was going to build up such work. We will never be 100% while we are doing research. We will never be 100%, but we strive to reach somewhere close to that. And we learn a lot from many presentations which is made by anybody. So let us learn from others and be able to shape our research. Now, from that, since I know we have started a bit late, and I know everybody, these topics are very nice, and they are very nice, and I'm really looking forward to that. So without much ado, I would take this opportunity to welcome everyone who is involved in this. As the DVC has said, I can see there are very many papers, and I can see the attendance is very good. And already that one is quite exciting. I'm really excited by that, and I will make sure that I will attend most of it. So mine is to wish you all the best as you move on with the conference. And also to thank you all, and also say, may God bless you as you go through this process. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, our VC. Thank you, DVC, for those opening remarks. I think we are all charged and ready to start. And as we start, please, in the chat, we have the registration link. Make sure that you register your presence. It's always good. Today, remember, we are talking about evidence-based, even when you attend, whatever that you attend. So please make sure that you're attending. And now that you have registered for the conference today and tomorrow, we'll also be giving you an evaluation form at the end of the day. And please give us feedback so that next time we improve. We always take your feedback very serious. And at this time, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Mr. Eddie Orina, who is with us. Thank you so much, Eddie, for joining us. And we read the profile of Eddie. Eddie Orina is the founder and managing partner of One and Associates, LLB, a boutique law firm serving clients in East Africa and Ukraine. Eddie is highly sought after advocate of the High Court of Kenya, practice director and head of commercial and corporate law at One and Associates LLB, with a vast experience in international public health law, international commercial arbitration, insolvency, commercial litigation, and corporate law practice. Eddie has advised clients on major legal transactions, including international commercial arbitration, commercial transactions, insolvency, and commercial litigation. He wears many hats, including a strong professional working knowledge of Russian and Ukrainian languages, and considerable experience on Eastern European legal system and business environment. Eddie has advised and successfully acted as a link between the governments of the Republic of Ukraine through the Embassy of Ukraine in Nairobi and Kenya through the Office of the Prime Minister of Kenya in building and fostering diplomatic and business relations between the two governments. Over the years, Eddie has developed a lot of interest in legal epidemiology, banking and finance, insolvency, international relations, and diplomacy. He has a passion for developing young minds. He is a senior adjunct lecturer at the USIU Nairobi, Kenya, where he teaches business law and serves the legal environment of the Chandaria School of Business. He is a chairman and the CEO of Africa Trade Investment Group Limited that currently advises the governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, County Government of Kisumu, on a sister city partnership with the regional administration of Odessa in Ukraine. Eddie is currently a fellow at the Amani Institute of Management and Social Innovation, where he is pursuing a project in microfinance under the name of style of ATGI, Microfinance by ATGI Limited. Eddie has authored a few papers in peer-reviewed, and Eddie is also a partner in Kemo, where we have partnership with Eddie and his organization, both in health, in business, and hospitality. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Eddie Orina to give us a few remarks as we start off the day. Welcome, Eddie.
Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
That was quite an elaborate introduction. And I think at this point, what I'd like to do is to extend gratitude to the leadership of the university through the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Professor Mary Kinoti, and indeed Professor Wanja, for inviting me to this conference to share my thoughts and ideas on the theme. And I'm particularly impressed that the Kenya Methodist University is now a premier university that's taking a lead role in research and innovation in the country, something that I have developed a lot of interest in the last couple of years, having just concluded my PhD in public health law. Indeed, the theme is very, very interesting and ties up with a lot of interests that I've developed over the years on social innovation and how research from an institution of learning and new knowledge like KEMU can be transformative in helping us make very, very practical steps towards functional policy objectives in various sectors, whether you want to look at it from a technology point of view, education, health, business, trade and investment, and so on and so forth. So I'm really excited to be here, and I'll also be sitting along even after the discussion I'm going to share with all of you to benefit from the various research papers that have been done by the researchers that are attending the conference this morning. So I'm excited to be here. When I first spoke to Professor Wanja about this postgraduate conference, I got concerned about the current state of biodiversity in the world, and indeed in Kenya. And one of the first things I immediately did was to benefit from the Living Planet report, which was produced in 2020 by the Worldwide Wildlife Fund, an organization that is predominantly involved in very heavy research and policy work around preservation of biodiversity in the world. And that report was very, very disturbing in as far as the loss of biodiversity is concerned. The analysis was carried out in 5 regions that included Europe, Central Asia, Asia Pacific, Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and North America. And what I'd like to do is not to get into the definition of what biodiversity is, because I'm positive we all are clear what biodiversity means. But I'd like to throw at all of us some building data that can then start us off in terms of current state of loss of biodiversity in the world. Now, nearly 3 billion birds have been lost in the past 50 years. That's very disturbing. Possible causes of that include habitat loss, chemical pollution arising out of pesticides, which is largely attributed to human activity in efforts to develop innovation in agriculture. Water level of the Great Lakes, biggest freshwater reservoir area in North America, is at a historical low. That's very concerning. 30% of its plant pollination network has disappeared completely. Only 23% of species and 16% of its habitat are in good health. 1,677 out of 15,000 European species are threatened with extinction. Most endangered are snails, clams, and fish. Animal, birds, and fish species, including the Saiga antelope and the Gull falcon and the Persian leopard, are facing risk of extinction in Russia. Major negative trends observed in reptiles, amphibian, and fish across the world. Decline in 500 amphibian species and driven around 90 of them to extinction. 2019 record-breaking dry seasons and forest fires have led to a surge in deforestation with 30% more than the previous year. Increasing threats of extinction for the species in the Mara River Basin are its highest. The ecosystem provides livelihood for around 1.1 million locals. And so if you think about some of those effects and the fact that livelihoods depend on it, it raises a lot of concern. 76% of endemic freshwater species in Lake Victoria are threatened with extinction. Illegal hunting and mining have driven down the growers' gorilla population in the Congo by 87%. Nearly 3 billion animals were killed or displaced by Australia's devastating bushfire season of 2019 and 2020. In India, 3% of bird species face extinction. 19% of amphibians are threatened or critically endangered. Over 12% of wild mammal species are threatened with extinction. More than 80% of East and Southeast Asia's wetlands are classified as threatened due to human activity. Now, I'd like to begin from the point that our life support system and the world we live in is in a critical state. And to simply understand, acknowledge this is the first step. And that is why I think that a conference like this, involving research and innovation around finding solutions to some of the disturbing data and information that I just shared, is very, very critical. I think the university as a center of learning and new knowledge is not only going to be a leader in research, but is also going to begin to look at the gaps between research and the industry-specific challenges that we have and face as a country in as far as preservation and sustainability of biodiversity is concerned. Now, biodiversity is basically a variety of life on Earth at all levels and encompasses processes that sustain life. In my view, we cannot speak about or do research on biodiversity without going back to nature itself. And that's why I got very, very excited when I heard Professor Kinoti talk about a non-reflective life not being worthy of a researcher. Because unless and until we begin to reflect a lot on the solutions we are looking for and the problems we seek to solve and the challenges that we face in our daily lives, the research that we do may not end up being functional or being of value to the policy objectives that we set for ourselves as a government in order to preserve our biodiversity. Now, I'd like to speak to you briefly about a very interesting concept that I came across in my interactions with other fellows at the Amani Institute, and that is biomimicry. What I did not realize is how much connection there is between the research that we do, the environment that we live in, and the study of nature as a source of possible solutions to the challenges that we face and the problems that we seek to solve on a daily basis. And so the idea is to learn from nature to solve problems of human nature, invent new things, and to live sustainably. I think the key word here for me is living sustainably, because in fact, part of the problem we're facing with loss of biodiversity is failure to recognize that we must have limits in our activities as humans, in whatever solutions or innovations that we're coming up with. By observing nature carefully, we discover its principles, how everything is carefully self-regulated, and how to find solutions to challenges faced by humans without upsetting the balance. Now, later on, I'm going to have a little discussion with you regarding why that balance is important. But of immediate importance, even as we get into the questions that I'd like us to focus on and discuss, that are closely related to what we are having today is that a certain principle govern nature and life generally that we tend to have overlooked over the years and that have posed very, very immediate threats to sustainability of biodiversity in the world. There are many principles that I'd just like to focus on 2 or 3 basic ones that I think in my view shape the way we engage in this discourse. The first one in my mind is that life is locally attuned and responsive. It runs on information and lots of research and resources that are around us. It basically means that life responds based on the balance that we have that's provided by nature. Any attempt to upset the way that balance works poses an immediate threat to the livelihood of every living being on Earth. And that is at the center of preservation and sustainability of biodiversity, because the moment we become sensitive to the limits in life, whether from a research perspective or from a problem-solving perspective, then we may miss the biggest part of how useful the research that we do can be in preserving the world that's already very, very rapidly deteriorating. The second one in my mind is that life integrates very cyclic processes. So everything one way or the other is interconnected. We are humans, we feed on something, whether it's vegetarian or non-vegetarian. We live in an environment that has other species and plants that depend on the processes that we are involved in. You have grass, for instance, that depends largely on the activities that go on around us. And so everything is literally interconnected. And it's important for us to realize, even as we do research and find solutions, that life leverages on those very things that we're talking about as being interdependent. And that's nature, and we cannot change that. As long as we remember that there are limits in life as a central principle to preservation of the biodiversity, it would mean that, in fact, even where we are trying to solve problems through research, in my view, we wouldn't be so engrossed with solutions that we need to find, but rather the function of the solutions that we are seeking. Because, in fact, even innovation can end up being destructive. A lot of innovation that we have in the world today, whether on land or sea or generally, has in fact in many ways, while providing innovation and solutions for us as humanity, have in fact caused a lot of other problems. And we can cite all manner of examples from across the world, the smallest islands that we can think of. And so the question I'd like to pose, which I'm sure you various research papers have also focused on, and I'd be happy to listen to some of them and also respond and share my thoughts, is whether biodiversity is under threat. And why is it important that this postgraduate conference is specifically discussing biodiversity? I'm sure in the wisdom of all of us from a research perspective, everything depends on biodiversity. And the moment that is upset, in fact, nothing else ceases to have any meaning. So yes, biodiversity faces a very, very huge threat, particularly if you think of it from the point that the data that we're sharing indicates a 60% decline in global populations of mammals, fish, birds, reptiles, and so on and so forth. And that includes human beings. So we are not an exception. And I think it's very important that we are stopping for a moment to think about how research and the various platforms and sub-themes that this conference is going to address is going to be sensitive to the fact that preservation of biodiversity forms the very essence of life and livelihood. and that unless we begin to think about how whatever we research on solutions we come up with and the innovations that we come up with, again, to make sure that biodiversity is sustained, that would basically be running to a dead end. It is not, in fact, contested at all that human activities and innovations threaten biodiversity through all manner of ways. You can look at it from the perspective of climate change. You can look at it from the perspective of pollution. You can look at it from the perspective of overexploitation, among other things. You may want to think about the extent to which we overexploit our forest cover, for instance, even while recognizing that we are way below the threshold that's been set by the United Nations Environmental the Program, and that even the United Nations General Assembly recognizes that is facing a lot of risk. So what I'd like to do at this point is to think together with us through some very, very critical questions in this scientific conference that, in my view, we need to find answers for, and that our research must begin to be sensitive to. When I looked at the theme, it was divided into 4 major platforms. There was entrepreneurship, there was health, there was technology and innovation, and I also came across education. And I think that this conference has to start focusing on how these 3 platforms are very critical to preservation and sustainability of biodiversity in all facets in order for us to avert the threat that we are already facing. And entrepreneurship, I think, is one of the most important ones, because most of the time businesses hardly stop to think about what responsibilities they may have in their innovations or solutions that they come up with in preservation of biodiversity. Now, an institution of learning and research like KEMO can take the lead in becoming a clearinghouse for a constant source of data and information that will be a constant reminder to the government of the Republic of Kenya, the civil society, and the private sector on indicators of the progress or none at all that we make in preserving humanity, because biodiversity is basically humanity. Businesses will not make sense as long as biodiversity is threatened. And the reason why that's important is, even if you look at it from the supply chain perspective, it has to extend to the customers we deal with, to the partners that we're working with, to the sources of the raw materials that we are relying on, and so on and so forth. Because in fact, even though we might think that some of the threats that we face in Kenya are distant from those that we face in other parts of the world, you'll realize, for instance, that the palm oil that we process might in fact be subjecting countries that are miles and miles away with the extinction of the very resources that we are relying on to get palm oil. And that's why there's going to have to be a very, very deliberate, conscious sensitivity by the business and the private sector in beginning to investigate and considering what ways businesses and entrepreneurs can be more sensitive to preservation of biodiversity. So let me start by saying that we are more dependent than we think. And in fact, reduced biodiversity can lead to problems such as reduced food supplies. I'd just like to, at this point, give a very interesting example about how not so important a lot of people imagined that the conflict in the Republic of Ukraine would have effect on economies overseas, especially emerging economies in Africa. And not too long after that, we realized that the disruption of all the processes back there, in fact, affected some of the most important commodities that we rely on for our livelihood in Kenya, like wheat. And that's when we began to realize that, in fact, Ukraine is the breadbasket of the wheat that the entire world relies on. and that it's also the breadbasket of the sunflower oil that the entire world relies on. And those disruptions are caused by human activity. So that's just one example of how concerned we must be, even as we do our research, on possible safeguards that as Kenyan researcher, we can engage in the research that we do in order to advise the political economy of Kenya, the social welfare networks of Kenya, and the economy generally on sustainability, because we have realized that the world is so interdependent that what happens miles away has a direct effect on us. And that's why it would be very important that research takes into consideration some of the effects of biodiversity loss overseas and how that relates to us here. And we must be very, very broad in how we look at it. We must look at it from an education point of view. We must look at it from a technology point of view. We must look at it from a health point of view. And we must look at it from an entrepreneurial point of view. So we might, in fact, be wondering, so what has entrepreneurship got to do with biodiversity? And it does have a direct bearing. As I said, lack of sensitivity to how biodiversity affects us, in fact, already gives a very clear indication of declining or reduced food supplies, disrupted supply chains, and economic loss from all manner of things that are related to human activities. So our businesses affect biodiversity in various ways. We need to consider how, for instance, industries and factories affect air and pollution. Carbon emissions have become a very huge issue in climate change debates, and has become a very, very central part of environmental discussions at a global level. Because as long as pollution continues to advance, whether in the air, in land that we rely on for production, or water, then there's a direct effect from a business perspective to preservation and sustainability of the biodiversity that we are seeking to preserve. And I think research now has to start being very, very deliberate in reminding us very constantly about not only the risk that we face, but what is likely to happen if we do not change the course of our thinking, or we do not redirect our policy efforts in turning that around. And I think now we have to come up with very, very progressive research that advises the private sector and key bodies in the private sector on how to do a lot more education across the industries in Kenya, so that while these industries become a very important source of our GDP and the money that we need to run this economy, that we are also preserving the very resources that we are relying on. And the same applies to companies that are involved in agriculture that basically use land and water, and in the process get them contaminated with very consistent, non-deliberate efforts from the government to prevent that or to stop it. So you can see that there's a very direct link between entrepreneurship and preservation of biodiversity. And in fact, businesses pose a very, very huge threat to biodiversity preservation. So in fact, even in the research that we do and the findings that we come up with, we have to be very, very robust in the education that we give, not only at the university, but also instill as a philosophy of life in the students that graduate from the university every year, who are going to work in these companies and who are going to come up with innovations and who are going to run businesses. That sensitivity to these principles that we're talking about, even as they seek to make profit or advance great ideas in business, that unless we think about biodiversity, we are going to find ourselves in a very, very critical place in the next 100 to 200 years, maybe less. So what can businesses do, for instance? my philosophy has always been that we must never rush to solve problems. Because in solving those problems, sometimes when we don't think about how research can innovatively help us think about the functions of the solutions that we're looking for, that we might in fact create possibilities and solve problems while at the same time creating greater problems. And that, in my view, is what upsets the balance that I was talking about. So let's always ask ourselves, even as we do research, whether it's for our own initiative or whether it's on behalf of companies, let's always ask ourselves what functions our solutions are going to serve, as opposed to rushing in to solve problems. And I think some of the steps businesses and innovations can take include a very, very deliberate effort to set goals for sustainability of biodiversity so that it becomes part of the philosophy of a company, even before it is formed, to think about what role, whatever it's going to do, either in production or otherwise, is going to contribute towards sustainability of biodiversity. The second thing I think we can do is be deliberate as researchers in providing guidance to the private sector on how we can define very specific strategies and in fact draft guidelines to protect biodiversity. And I think at this point, what I'd like to do is to challenge the university to be very deliberate in becoming and playing a leadership role in the research perspectives that we're talking about in as far as biodiversity is concerned. And I'm happy to be part of the process to set up the research fund, for instance, that is going to have a pool of resources that can then always immediately consider locally homegrown research that can very, very continuously investigate possibilities around preservation of biodiversity. In all facets of life, university, still an institution of learning, new knowledge and innovation, must play a lead role in becoming a clearinghouse for that information. And even as the university does that, I'm of the view that the knowledge that comes out must be very, very functional, which means that research has to be homegrown. In my experience, the difficulty that we face most of the time as institution of learning is that a lot of research that we get involved in most of the time stems out of interest that institutions or companies overseas are keen on getting data for, and therefore the research specifically serves the purpose of the objective the companies are financing that research for. But if we can come up with our own homegrown research, which is prioritized on the basis of the solutions that we need to address, and as far as biodiversity affects us in Kenya, then it can begin to be a lot more functional and relevant to the circumstances that we face as a country. The other thing, of course, that I think we can do as researchers is to provide an opportunity and indeed the data and the clearinghouse for how we integrate suppliers, customers, and other partners into the strategies of the companies in whatever the companies seek to do, so that all these guidelines are embodied in the company's day-to-day philosophy, away from profit. The same way human resource policies have become part and parcel of what companies do, is the same way I think companies must now be very, very deliberate in considering how this philosophies around preservation of biodiversity can integrate suppliers, customers, and other partners. And the reason why I talk about suppliers is that sometimes the conduct of suppliers or the activities suppliers are engaged in, if you consider, for instance, the example I gave on the palm oil, may not necessarily affect biodiversity balance in Kenya, but it does so overseas, and that still has a direct effect on the global balance that we're looking for, because whatever happens with the upsetting of that balance doesn't happen to the exclusion of other parts of the world. And that's why I think it's very important that we begin to take a very collective approach towards this. Now, on education, Again, I think the university, being a training and research and innovative center for solutions around sustainability or biodiversity, must now be very deliberate in advancing the philosophy that we're talking about, that the students who graduate from our university are going to be not only knowledgeable and able in research and finding solutions, but also sensitive to the fact that certain principles of life and certain philosophies around preservation of the environment that we live in is going to become part and parcel of our livelihoods for hundreds of years to come. And therefore, anything we're getting involved in then encompasses those very principles as a matter of necessity for purposes of reducing or mitigating the effects of loss of biodiversity as we already see it today. So university has a very, very excellent opportunity to ensure that happens, because we all have to come into the university and we have to check out at some point. And I think embodying that philosophy as part of the value system that the university imparts on graduates and postgraduate students is very, very critical in making sure that it's part of how thinking is wired. Otherwise, the case will be what it has always been, that when we finish university and we get very good jobs or set up very successful businesses, we don't stop for a moment to think about how those businesses affect the environment we live in. Health is even more critical. And for a long time, I've been asking myself why, for instance, no single university in Kenya has taken leadership in doing research around legal epidemiology, for instance, because legal epidemiology, a very critical part of public health, is a study of law as a factor in the cause, distribution, and prevention of disease and injury. Legal epidemiology applies very rigorous scientific methods that translate complex legal language into data that can be used to evaluate how laws affect population and health. We have a lot of legislation around public health, for instance, but do we stop for a moment to think about how studying complex laws that address public health issues that can be used to get data and be linked with health-related data can transform the public health space that we live in Kenya? A case in point is COVID-19 that we are still recovering from in the last couple of years. And you realize that a lot of our policy steps are very, very reactionary. We tend to react to Ebola when it comes up. Now there's a scare in Uganda, so we are putting in place strategies to make sure that it doesn't spread into Kenya. When COVID-19 came, we immediately started reforming our transport sector without thinking about how transport laws embody the very objectives in public health laws and how that can help us mitigate on the effects of these infectious diseases when we get an attack or experience an attack. And until the universities, and I want to challenge KEMU to play a leadership role in this, unless the universities become very deliberate in considering how legal epidemiology can play an important role in advising our government and the private sector on constant review of the laws that we no longer need and are not relevant anymore, or the laws that we have and can be improved for purposes of advancing public health objectives, whether it's in housing, public transport, and so on and so forth. And new ones that we may need to come up with to specifically address policy decisions that are made in the area of fight against infectious diseases, because that still, even from a zoonotic perspective, is directly linked to loss of biodiversity. Then we're going to be in a lot of trouble very, very constantly. So I see a situation in which each time we have very reactionary policy actions that tend to shelve immediately we feel the threat is averted. It is hardly several months, and now we're dealing with Ebola again. So I would like to change Kemu, and I'm happy to play a role in that once again, in coming up with a research platform in health. And this is going to be directly related to preservation of biodiversity from a zoonotic perspective, if you want to look at it, considering our most immediate threat, which is Ebola now, or otherwise. For us to begin to constantly come up with information, strategies, and data that the government and the private sector can then, on short notice, benefit from. And I'll give you a very clear example. For instance, the international health regulations talk about social distancing, even where we live. But how would that be possible in the slum settings, for instance? Because by design already, you cannot practice social distancing. By design, if you look at the transport sector and the way our public transport works, you cannot practice social distancing. But we can be deliberate about this. And the public and the Republic of Kenya needs data and information, which is only going to come out of research. And Kemu can play a role and a leadership one, for that matter, in giving directions. So I want to stop by saying that healthy ecosystems also regulate disease, stabilize the climate, and support a range of non-material benefits, which stretch into mental health and cultural identity. And so the main question we need to ask ourselves is, how does biodiversity loss and environmental degradation affect the emergence of infectious diseases, as we have discussed? Now, technology, without getting into a lot of details, plays a very big role in our lives. But the main question this conference must ask itself, in the research that we are involved in constantly, is how can conservation technology address biodiversity loss more effectively? And I think I'd like to stop at that and reserve the time that may be left for possible questions and a discussion around the issues that I have raised. Thank you very much. And I'm very grateful that you found some time to listen to me. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for unpacking the biodiversity and linking it to the various schools that we have, and also highlighting the need for us to do research that really informs solutions and that informs challenges that we have in Kenya and in the world globally. Thank you very much. And now we welcome any questions or comments to our guest speaker. You may raise your hand, mute yourself. So Mushiri has a comment or a question.
Hello. Hi, thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you for that very insightful presentation this morning, and for the attempt to awaken our thinking in regard to creating solutions from where we are, but also more so preparing ourselves for sustainability. So thank you very much. That's very good. I want to ask this one question. Obviously, we have seen that many countries and many areas are still grappling with issues of supply and support of their own people. I would say here, because we have issues of food insecurity that continue to be a problem. And the question therefore is, we say we want a sustainable environment, how do we navigate between ensuring that we can support the current generation as we also protect the environment for the future generations? We are so much thinking about a future where there are some people who do not themselves have a present. because I think that is a balance which we seem to be getting into when we come to protecting biodiversity. There are many people who would want to use what they have today for their own sustenance, and yet we are saying that is not sustainable in itself, because it means tomorrow then it will be very hard to deal with. I don't know how we deal with this issue really, because it still becomes a major question. I mean, when you tell people not to use water, from certain areas, and for their own basic, sustenance, and attempt to sustain themselves, in order to sustain a diversity that is okay today, but unfuturistic, and yet they're having a hard time. I think that's an issue that still needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mushiri. You raise a very, very pertinent issue. And that goes to the very heart of some of the thoughts that I was sharing about the role the university can play. And as I said, again, I'd like to challenge KEMU to play a leadership role in this. That so far, there's no premier university in Kenya that has deliberately occupied the space to come up with a clearinghouse for data and constant research on the very issues that we are raising about our sustainability, that have also embodied those very principles as part of the value system of the university, so that anyone coming through KEMU, then one way or the other is rubbed with the sensitivity to the thoughts that we're having today, because it has to start with a complete shift in our philosophy of life. And there's a better place than the university for that to start in, because even those involved in policy making in government have gone through institutions of learning like the university at one point or the other. Those who are doing research are closely involved with universities one way or the other. I think what lacks is for us to make this part of our value system. We are wired to think in the manner of sustaining the environment, and we are wired in the manner of thinking that life has limits, and if we exceed those limits and upset those balances, then we expose ourselves to very huge risks that are going to affect us in hundreds of years to come, maybe sooner. So my response would be twofold. One is that if you want to look at it from a functional point of view, a lot of the answers lie in our social security system and how we continue to develop that. I'm not satisfied that in Kenya we have been very deliberate in coming up with a social security system that's sustainable, that would then also reduce the appetite over the exploitation that we witness in all manner of platforms in our environment. The moment we become deliberate on that as a government, I'm very positive that we will see a reduction in depletion of resources that are around us, because certain solutions are already provided as a matter of policy. And this is what I've also witnessed in a lot of countries that I've been to. That, for instance, agricultural land is controlled by government. It's not private land. Forest cover is strictly controlled by government. Forms of energy are controlled because in a social welfare security system, you have housing that's already wired with gas for cooking and heating, for instance. So those are civilizations that developed a lot earlier than we did. But what I'm trying to say is we have to start from somewhere, and we have to be deliberate on that. And the person who's going to make constant efforts from a point of view that has some advantage is the university. And I'd like to challenge the university to be deliberate, first and foremost, in making this part of the philosophy of what you have to go through. If you're a student at KEMU, you're known to embody values of sustainability and preservation of biodiversity and so on and so forth. When we become a lot more conscious about the solutions that we provide, whether we're going to sit in policy positions or in business positions, it is going to determine how we respond to the solutions that we are seeking. And not only are we going to look for solutions, we are going to focus on the functions those solutions are going to serve, so that we are not creating one problem while solving the other. The second one, and which I think is most immediate and within our power as a university to do, is to immediately engage in very, very robust sensitization as a university on changing our philosophy towards achieving issues around the concerns, the questions you just raised. So we are a long way from achieving that. It's going to take a lot of resources and time and education to achieve. But my point is we can start now, because then the time starts counting immediately. We are deliberate. And if we do that, and coupled with all other efforts that are going to be informed by policy steps, I think we can begin to make some positive improvements on that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mushiri and Mr. Rinda, for that response. Do we have any other questions or comments? You may raise your hand if you have a comment. Any reactions? Or you may use the chat. Please, let's use the chat to also make comments. You may raise your hand. Use the icon on reactions to make any comments. You may raise your hand. It looks like everything was very clear. And if we don't have any other reactions, we want to Mapesa, you have a comment? Yes. Dr. Mapesa, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eddie, for that presentation. This is just something to follow up now that you mentioned something to do with forestation. In your response to Dr. Mushiri, I remembered the shamba system. In your opinion, I know that biodiversity and health is key, and you very well articulated why we need to embrace biodiversity, enshrine that kind of research in public health, which is very encouraging. From your perspective, you must have lived through the shamba system whereby people are allowed to farm forests, and then when the forests grow, they come out. Do you really think that will be a sustainable way of doing things?
Thank you, Dr. Let me first say that I developed a lot of concern when I listened to His Excellency, the Deputy President, advance that argument, and particularly putting emphasis on how useful it was. And as I said, if we have to make significant steps, there are certain functions that are going to have to be strictly under the control of government from a central point of view. That's precisely the problem we've had, because controlling that is not very easy. You could see, for instance, some of the effects in the Mau, and the public was realizing this when it was too late. Of course, the environmentalists who raised concerns and so on and so forth. It is in our nature to take advantage of opportunities, and I guess that's part of the sensitivity I was talking about in entrepreneurship, in advancing profit objectives. We cannot trust that the shamba system is going to work and support the objectives of preserving the environment, when in fact our own social security system is not advanced enough to ensure that the reasons that people would want to take advantage of the environment while in the forest are in fact not addressed. So I disagree that policy would be progressive. I think if we have to move from where we are, the government has to be very deliberate in setting aside forest land. Social welfare is a very integral part of our livelihood, and I'm sure there are the solutions around better settlements, so that we let the forests be exactly what they are, because they're very, very important in the ecosystem as well. And we cannot have various centers of power determining how that is going to turn out, how it's going to be controlled, how it's going to be managed, and so on and so forth. So I take the position that that would not work. Even if it worked earlier, it was based on a policy directive that perhaps did not consider some of the things we're dealing with today. As you can see, they're affecting us 60 years later. And I think failure to be deliberate in how we manage the forests is only going to exacerbate the problem. So I disagree that the Shamba system is going to be helpful. We must find other innovative solutions in settling our people and making sure that they have a livelihood, and making sure that we have a more sustainable social security system.
Thank you, Dr. Mapesa, asking very current and pertinent questions, and Mr. Urina for responding to that. Any other reaction? Okay, at this point, I would like us to unmute ourselves and to give a loud applause to Eddie for that presentation. And then after that, we'll take a 10 minutes break to just come back, 10 minutes, grab a cup of tea and stretch, and then at our presentations. But in the meantime, the mute. Linda.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Rita, for being there for us. Make sure that everybody you register, so that we know that you are here. Without registration, then we will not account for you. Let's take a short break. We are back in 5 minutes to, no, we are back at exactly 11, and we'll start from there. 11 o'clock, we shall start with the first presenter, and we move on from there. Thank you, everybody. Just take a break, stretch, and then we come back.
Good morning. Good morning. We are about to start. We are going to start off right away.
All right.
So we are going to get off to the day, and like we have already been given a good background. This conference is about us presenting to, telling us about the issues that we have been researching on and giving us an idea about the solutions we have proposed. And like already indicated by our guest speaker, looking at what is sustainable, how sustainable the solutions that we actually present are. That is a good, retrospective, even as we consider the issues that we present. So we're going to go on and have the first presentation. I want to say, because of time, we'll allow about 12 minutes so that we save some 3 minutes. And from there, we most likely will be able to catch up with the program. The program is really, really tight, so we're not going to really spend too much time. I want to tell us in brief that really what you focus on is make sure that we understand in a very brief way the problem. Don't spend too much time on a lot of background. Just make sure the problem comes out. The ideas that you have researched on in terms of the basics of the basic research, and then go forth and tell us what your findings are and what they mean. That's how the conference should be. It's dissemination. The take home is not the background. The take home is the problem and the solutions that you have researched and found. And you can let us, everybody, know that. So that's what we're going to do in a minute now. We're going to start off our first presentation. I want to hope that our presenters are available. Violet Wanjala, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Violet Wanjala?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Yeah, you can unmute. You're muted, I guess. If not, okay, maybe you're speaking. Can she be heard?
Yes, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Violet?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Great.
So you have your 12 minutes, as I said, just 12 minutes. Spend as much more time telling us the real problem, the solutions. That's your research. The background you can mention in passing, just in preparation, but focus on what you found and what that means to us as the body of scientists. If you can put sustainability in it, that'd be sweet. So that'd be good to do. So all the best. You are all set, and time is set for you.
Thank you very much. So good morning to you all. Thank you, Dr. John Mshiri. All protocol observed. My name is Violet Wanjala. I'm a PhD student in strategic management, and I believe my supervisor is on call, Dr. Mwema. Thanks to the session we had in the morning, I'm actually a United, apart from being a student at KEMU, I am actually a United Nations Global Compact Young SDG Innovator, cohort 2022. So the conversation this morning was very dear to heart because I'm a sustainability champion and I've been trained by UN. So today I'm actually presenting on the mitigating effect of savings culture on the relationship between children's savings account attributes and brand loyalty, which touches on SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 4, education, and SDG 10 on reduced inequalities. And it's basically to see how sustainable organizations are, even in terms of generating capital for our nation and reduce the borrowing. Hence, the conversation on savings culture and children's savings accounts. My topic is on that. So if my slides can be moved, next, please, thank you. So on this particular one, I'm talking about the role of the banking industry and why it's very important to the Kenyan economy, because the sector is viewed as a financial authority on money matters. And so it is expected that then banks spearhead conversations on financial inclusion. And financial inclusion basically is the availability and equality of opportunities for all to access financial services. And this includes children. Next. So basically, when we talk about financial inclusion, and the World Bank has a target of this, which also falls under sustainability, is just to make sure that for us to get to financial inclusion is where we are saying that everybody has, either through a bank, either a microfinance institution, or through the card companies, they either have a savings account or they have a credit, but they have, we would call it that they have a transaction account that helps them to be served. So that's why that picture is showing how to move people from unserved, where people do not have even a single basic account, to where they now have an account. So that's basically the financial inclusion. And we are saying that the children are included in this conversation. Next, please. So what is a children's savings account? So children's savings account is a product that is offered by banks for children below the age of 18 years, and children are part of financial inclusion. We have done my research, and it shows that in United States of America, for every one in two children, they have a children account. However, in Kenya, we do not have that statistic, or rather it has not been documented. Next. So this culture. The question is, at what age is it right or old enough to learn about money, and who should invest should initiate this conversation? Is it parents? Is it the external factors, or is it the banks? So research by Cambridge shows that children as young as 7 years and the student recognize the value of money. And this study was done for more than 100 case studies in the last 30 years. Next, please. So let's look at savings in Kenya. So when you look at Africa, the average was done a few years ago in 2019, based on 38 countries. Savings is at 20.52%. Unfortunately for Kenya, we are among the bottom countries in Africa, trailing with 13.81%. So even our neighbors around, look at Tanzania is at 35, Sudan, Uganda, meaning they have crossed the average. The average of Africa is 20%. They have crossed 20% mark, but Kenya, we are still saving as low as 13.87%. Next, please. So the result is that Kenyan, we say that consumption drives our economy. So majority of Kenyans have alleged that they do not save because they have or they earn so little. So according to the World Bank report as 2019, Kenya household consumption was high in comparison to its peers, as shown in that graph. Next. So what I'm trying to look at here is that we presume that where there's a good savings culture, then we will have children's savings account. However, in Kenya, this status is not known, and it's because as you have seen from what I've just shared, we do not have a strong savings culture in Kenya. Yet we have the banking industry, and this banking industry is holding a pivotal role in the economy. It's viewed as a financial authority on money matters. We also see that the banks have an opportunity to engage these young children on money matters. Why is it important? It's important because these children right now, who form about 39% of the Kenyan population, are the ones who are going to be the future customers of this of banks. So if the banks are able to engage them right now on money matters, is there a possibility that they will be their future customer? But at the same time, do we have a savings culture as a nation that will then initiate those conversations? That's what my study is all about, and I'm looking at that in relation to brand loyalty. Yeah. So the objective of the study was to establish the mediating effect of savings culture on the relationship between children's savings account attributes and brand loyalty. And that was my hypothesis. Next. That's just a summary of the literature review, and since we will be publishing, I think as the as Dr. Mushiri said, allow me to pass this, but basically, maybe just to say in a nutshell, is that literature has shown that, revealed that good financial literacy for children leads to an effective savings culture, and also for banks' future customers. So my conceptual framework was children's savings account attributes, where I was looking at price-worthiness, product functional value for the children's savings account as my independent variable. Then our savings culture mediating variable, and brand loyalty was my dependent variable. Next, please. So materials and methods, I used positive research. A cross-sectional research design is what I adopted. I targeted a population of 100,000 parents in Nairobi County. I sampled 385 of them, and the data was administered through questionnaires and analyzed using SPSS. I adopted descriptive statistics, inferential tests, such as correlation and regression analysis, which I employed to establish the relationship between the dependent and my independent variable. Next. Yeah, and so the results of my finding were that savings culture influences the effect of price and product functional on brand loyalty by reducing the strength of the coefficient. So therefore, the conclusion was that savings culture has actually a mediating effect on the relationship between children's savings account and brand loyalty. Next. So the discussion is that a culture of savings is crucial in inspiring savings among adults, who will then extend it to children. So a savings culture is reinforced in an environment that encourages or inculcates savings habit. So the introduction, therefore, of savings culture as a mediator variable has an effect on other independent variables. So according to the results, the regression analysis indicated that there's a reasonable positive correlation between savings culture and brand loyalty. And next, so that playing. Next, please. Thank you. So the study sample. So financial literacy initiatives therefore be pioneered by financial institutions. And this is because they are the ones who are supposed to enhance, encourage individuals and families to develop a commitment to the savings culture. And when we do this, my conclusion is that banks will not run short of customers. Banks spend a lot of money investing in marketing, advertising, and all that to get new customers. However, they have an opportunity to get their future customers, which is brand loyalty. Of course, if people are loyal to a brand, it means it increases customer retention. So brand loyalty is actually a proxy customer retention. The goal of banks, one of the goals of the banks is to make profits. How do they make profits? It's by them having customers. So as they have these customers from a young age, and the customers are loyal to them. When they become adults, they are retained in the institution, and therefore they will continuously have customers. So it is a good strategy for banks. My conclusion is a good strategy for banks to invest in this area of children's savings account for two things. One, for their future customers, but two, also as an issue of financial inclusion, which part of sustainability. And lastly, so those are my recommendations, that the banks need to invest in children's savings account. They need to invest in financial literacy program. Then regulation agencies. Munene? No. Or my time is up.
You can finish up
1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying for CBK, for example, it's for them to come up with frameworks which will drive people to save, and then Kenya Bank has the same, and also customers giving feedback. So thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Mushiri.
Yeah, thank you very much, Violet. It looks like Dr. Mushiri lost his network. Can you hear me, Violet?
Yes, I can hear you, Professor. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's use the chat to continue giving questions as we move on. Let's utilize the chat. If you have any questions or comments, and then at the end of the three presentations, we are going to have, so Dr. Mushiri is back, so he will take that on. But let's use the chat.
Progress.
All right.
Dr. Mushiri, you're muted.
Yes, I realize so. Thank you. Again, thank you very much for the presentation. The questions will go to the chat. We'll come back to you a little later after the next presentation and two presentations, and you can begin to respond to those questions also on the chat. Thank you very much. So we go ahead and get Titus. Musioka Kilonsi, are you here? And thank you, Violet, for observing time. That's very good.
Yes, Doctor, I'm here.
You're right here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Then our time is up for you. I mean, all the time, the 12 minutes are yours. Please tell us your story. Focus on your time to make sure you communicate your real message.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. I'm Titus Kilonzi, a student at Jomo Kenyatta University, PhD student, and I'm presenting a paper, Leadership Practices, Stakeholder and Performance of Departments in Kenya. My supervisors in my thesis work are Dr. Rukia and Dr. Tambo. Let's move on to the next slide, please. In the performance of the departments, we have the departments use the institution to approach in addressing the domestic and national needs, and the departments are part of the institutions that the government has set up. And over time, that the government has noted that the department's performance has been low or average. And the purpose, and this one has stated the government to adopt strategic management for performance improvement. And in this regard, this was intended to improve on effectiveness and efficiency to achieve the government's strategic objectives while taking into consideration the impact of the environmental inputs in the organization performance. In this regard, leadership practices, in this case, refers to the strategies and practices that leaders adopt to implement consistently for better performance. Stakeholder involvement, in this case, is an angular mechanism seeking stakeholder views on organizational performance improvement, emphasizing on the inclusiveness of and balanced engagement. In this case, in the national government, the HODs are responsible for the implementation of the strategies identified for achievement of the set functions. However, the achievement remains a pressing challenge. That is, most of the departments have continued to record low to average performance, whereas the stakeholders continue to pile pressure to improve on the performance. Next slide, please. For instance, in the year 2019-2020, performance evaluation showed that the department had a performance of between 3 to 4, where, and on a scale of 1 excellent and 5 poor, which was a decline from the previous years. Now, despite all the remedial measures taken by the government, this has been the trend for over the years in getting access to quality services, and hence this is an assessment of the influence of leadership practices on the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya, monitored by stakeholder involvement. My objectives are to examine the influence of leadership practices on the performance of departments and the national government of Kenya, and then to analyze the influence of stakeholder involvement on the relationship between the leadership practices and the performance of departments in the national government of Kenya, and the research hypothesis as shown there. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Sorry, we have a lag time.
Okay. The theoretical framework, the study utilized two theories, that is contingent theory of leadership and the stakeholder theory. And the conceptual framework is shown there, where the leadership practice is the independent variable, and then the stakeholder involvement is the monitoring variable, and the performance of departments is the independent variable. Next slide, please. The research methodology, the study utilized mixed research design, that is quantitative and qualitative research, which was chosen and guided by the positivism research philosophy. And the target population was 535 national government heads of departments. This was done from 13 sampled counties, and the sample for the study was 195 HODs. This was roughly about 6.4% of the target population. That's sufficient as per the scholars. The data collection was done using a validated semi-structured questionnaire, and the analysis for the data quantitative data was analyzed with the aid of SPSS. Content analysis to assist in analyzing the quality of data. The hypothesis was tested, and the decision was not to accept the hypothesis if the p-value was 0.05. The study utilized the two modules, one module where we have y is equal to beta plus beta 1x plus beta 2z. X is the leadership practices, and the z is the moderating variable. And then in the second equation, we have an addition of that term there, that is the beta 3 plus multiplied by xz. That is the interaction term of the leadership practices and the stakeholder involvement. Now, these ones were used to determine, the two equations were used to determine if there is a moderating effect when the two variables interact. Next slide, please. The results show that the response rate was 77.9%, whereas when you look at the attributes of the respondents, the male was 74.3%, while the female were 25.7%. This actually shows that as per the composition of the HODs in the counties, they do not meet the constitutional threshold, which means that there's need for this improvement. And then when you look at in terms of age, majority of the HODs were 69.7%, when the age bracket of 41 to 60%, showing that they're actually mature enough in terms of the response that we sought on them. In terms of the length of service, it is 6.1% had served as HODs for over 5 years, implying that they had adequate experience. In terms of educational level, we have the respondents 5.9% at a diploma, while 52.6% at a bachelor's degree, and a master's degree at our 41.3%. That figure there is wrong, please. It was wrongly captured, it's 41.3%. That means that the HODs are academically grounded. These attributes are used to inform us as on the perceptions of the respondents in terms of when it comes to the strategy implementation. Next slide, please. Looking at the two statistics for the leadership practices, we had those 6 items where the respondent had agreed with 3 of the respondents. They were not sure of 2 cases, and they disagreed with 1 of the items. However, from the qualitative data, the leadership practices contribute to enhanced implementations were found to be empowering employees, performance management, accountability, participatory leadership and delegation. Next slide, please. On the dispute statistics for the stakeholder involvement, there were 6 cases and 6 items, and all the respondents agreed with the 6 items. And from the quantitative data, it was noted that the stakeholder involvement involved in the study implementation through the stakeholders are involved in the study implementation through consultation and sensitization, and then encourage stakeholder participation through inclusive interactive stakeholder forums in the implementation process. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It was also noted that the stakeholder interests are taken care of by organizing for stakeholder participation, the planning, consultative stakeholder forums, and recognize the stakeholder role and the responsibilities. On the testing of the hypothesis, it was found that the leaders' practice signal influence the performance of departments, the national government of Kenya, and also that the stakeholder involvement signal influence the relationship between the leader practices and the performance of departments. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. On the statistical modeling, from the data that was obtained is that one, which shows that from the first model, the coefficients of leadership practices and the coefficient of stakeholder involvement were all significant. But then now, when the interaction term was added, that is now the second model, we notice that the interaction term had a regression coefficient, which was significant, but the other two, the leadership practice and stakeholder involvement, changed from being significant to being insignificant as when we compare with the 2 models. Now, further, the results also showed that there was a Hara square change of 0.028, and then substituting these ones, these statistics on the model, we have from the second model, we are getting the estimated model to be equal to 0.4742 plus 0.018x plus 0.052z plus 0.112xz. This is actually the optimal model for this study, and the implication from this model is that with a unit change in the stakeholder involvement, it results into 5.2% change in the performance of the departments, while a unit change in leadership results in 1.8% change in the performance of departments, and a unit change in the interaction term resulted in
winding up 1 minute.
Okay. So from this one, next slide, please. From this one, we conclude that the stakeholder involvement actually influences or moderates the performance of the relationship between the leadership practices and the performance of departments, and this can be estimated using the model. When the model is rearranged, it gives us that equation, and the intercept will be 14.742 plus 0.052z plus 0.018 plus 0.012z or into x. This shows that the intercept and the slope all depend on z. So for any particular value of stakeholder involvement, there will be a positive increase in the slope, and therefore this shows that the performance of departments will depend on the moderation of the stakeholder involvement, and it improves the performance by 2.8%. And in this case, then we recommend that there is need for the HODs to ensure that HOD to review the leadership practices they adopt, as well as how they manage the stakeholder involvement, with a view of re-engineering the implementation process to ensure to come up with a framework for enhancing performance. The state also
thank you,
some knowledge. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. We need to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think again, I encourage everybody, make sure you focus on the findings and tell us what they mean. This is dissemination. Don't be too technical, because not all of us will understand the technical parts. Just make sure you focus on the material that gives us the problem, the basics of how it was done, and the findings. It is what the conference is about, disseminating, letting everybody know, and we are all going to be consumers. So thank you very much, Titus. Please continue to use the chat to ask questions to Titus, to Violet, and to the next presenters. We'll have a session for them to respond to some of them, a few of them. They will select some of them to respond to soon after this. So the next person is, of course, Evans. Evans, are you available?
Yes, I'm in, Dr.
Very good, thank you. It is your chance. Just let us know what your story about the revenue diversification is about. You have your time now.
Thank you, Dr. Through the chair. Good morning, all. I'm Evans Riyad, a student from Kenya Methodist University, a PhD. I'm presenting a paper on the effect of revenue diversification on financial sustainability of community conservancies in Northern Kenya. Thank you. The introduction part is that financial sustainability is the capacity of all NGOs, just to make sure that you have enough funding. The main objective is actually revenue diversification, according to Hassan, is a development of new revenue generations that are actually must be utilized for any expansion or any going concern of any organization, especially the northern part of the conservancies. Problem statement, I will go straight to the survival. It purely depends on the capacity to maintain and to enhance the financial sustainability. However, this has not been the case on the most of the community conservancies in the northern Kenya. And our research, I did a research on this, and on the findings that the main pillar to see is the study is to study investigating the effect of revenue diversification on financial sustainability of the community conservancies in the northern Kenya. Next, please. The purpose of the study, as I stated earlier, is to investigate the effect of revenue on financial sustainability of the community conservancies in the northern Kenya. The hypothesis of the study is revenue diversification has no significant effect on financial sustainability of community conservancies in the northern Kenya. The theoretical framework, the paper was in support of the theory of the resource dependency. That's methodology. The study adopted an exploratory research design and a cross-sectional approach, targeting 31 community conservancies and a total population of 199 managers. A census of all community conservancies was conducted. Primary data was used in form of questionnaire, and a semi-structured questionnaires was actually used. Statisticals as percentages, means, standard deviation was also used to examine the data. Regression analysis was used to assess the effect of predators on variance on the outcome. Next. On the table above, we can see descriptive statistics on revenue diversification. And that is quite suggestive that this suggests that the respondents consider revenue diversification as an essential in realizing financial sustainability. Go to the next. On the continuation of this, we have descriptive statistics on financial sustainability. That gives us the organization is able to cover cash expenses and still retain sufficient funds. And we can see in the mean of 2.41 and standard deviation of 1.36. The organization was also available and they had a cash flow to pay current debts. There is also availability of cash to fund. And in total, the funding suggested that financial sustainability of community conservancies is a serious challenge that needs attention. And we can see by the support of the table above. Let's go to the next. Factor analysis is being supported by KMO, and we can actually see clearly that the finding in table 3 revealed that the KMO scores of 0.581, which was appropriate for the use with the test, and it is in support of less by 0.05. This suggests that the revenue diversification variable could be subjected to factor analysis. Next, please. Total variance explained result of revenue diversification. The table above shows that the two components were extracted, and the two components accounted for about 58.233% of the data matrix. And we can actually see the component 1.1 to 6, the initial values and the extraction values, and gives us a total of 58.223% in the loading side. Next, please. Factor rotation of revenue diversification, we can actually conclude and see that the finding demonstrated two things loaded on component 2, because we can see in the find the component 1 and component 2, the 4 items loaded in component 1. In study, the pattern matrix loading for the revenue diversification after factor analysis ranges of 0.442 to 0.842, indicating that the subvariants were well related to factor pattern and hence all adapted for further analysis. Next, please. Regression analysis is clearly shown by the table above, and we can go straight to the explanation and see the regression result indicate that revenue diversification explained the 44.9%, and that's the R square, which is 0.449 of the total variations in the financial sustainability of community conservancies. A state of P value and a F statistics of 118.226 are also shown in the table, and it purely indicates the prediction and the dependency of the variable P, that's 0.05. There is, sorry for that. The hypothesis revenue diversification has also no significant effect on financial sustainability of community conservancies in the northern Kenya, and that's why the hypothesis was rejected. Next, please. To conclude, the study concludes that revenue diversification improved the financial sustainability of community conservancies in a way that's statistically significant. The implication is that the revenue diversification positively contributes and enhance financial sustainability. However, the study established that the conservancies were not adequately utilized. The alternative revenue sources such as the membership fees, dividends from shares, stocks, and assets. Instead, the organization were mainly relying on the financial support from local private individuals and institutions. That's to mark you the donors. Next, please. Recommendation. The study recommends that the community conservancies should strengthen aspects relating to revenue diversification, and there is need to identify and adapt the alternative revenue sources such as membership fee, dividend payout, shares and stock, plus the assets. Next, that marks my end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Evans, I would want to encourage, of course, presenters to use the video for us to connect. So when you are, please put up your video so that we can all connect and can see you as you present. Thank you very much. We have had the last three presentations. And I will now take an opportunity, another couple of minutes, to be able to give them each 3 minutes to respond to questions that have been raised. So those who have listened to Evans, please put up your questions as we go back to Violet. And I'm going to hope that you have seen some questions on the chat. You have 3 minutes to respond to those questions, please.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So Janice asked, savings to Violet, savings by children is initiated by self or by parents. So Janice, savings should be initiated by parents, just like any other life skill that we teach our children, because they need to be taught. They are young, so they need to be taught. So yes, parents are the one who should initiate the conversation. The question is from Dr. Mapesa. You asked, you spend much time referring to children, but your title for general savings culture and brand loyalty. So I would say the focus of the study is on children savings account, and savings culture is just a mediating variable. So probably that's why I spend more much time on the children savings account. Okay, Dr. Mapesa was asking people to mute. Professor Wanda asked, Violet, what is your definition of children? So for this particular study, my definition of children is anyone below the age of 18 years as per the Constitution of Kenya. And then Dr. Bushiri, you asked me, please address what stage should we introduce savings education? From the research I've done, children as young as the age of 7 years have understood the value of money. So I think anywhere from 7 years, they are good to be trained on money. And then you asked about opening of the children's savings account. So, wow, interesting question. So I think on this, parents should open accounts for their children as young as 0 days, as long as they have the birth notification, because the legal obligation, the parent is the legal custodian with the bank. So I think as long as they have the birth notification, the banks are more than ready to open their accounts. Is there any other question? No. So thank you. Back to you, Dr.
Thank you very Violet. Thank you, and we appreciate the responses. I'm sure the people who asked the questions have some knowledge on elements, and maybe we should be asking ourselves: should kids begin to give money in charge much earlier than 7 years? And how do you start giving what you don't say? That's part of what I'm asking. We teach them to go and do offerings in charge. I mean, that is much earlier than 7 years.
Yeah.
So are we not likely to really should have taught them how to save and then give from what they save? Okay, you don't have to go to that.
Yes, by case. Okay, thank you. Conversation for another day.
Talk our minds when it comes to this kind of education. Thank you very much. We go to the next person. Titus, you have another 3 minutes to respond to some of the questions that have been raised. And obviously, if somebody has a question, there's an icon at the bottom called reactions. If you put on, you click on that, you see hearts and other things. You can always react, and we can see that. So, okay, Titus, it's your time. Sorry, Titus, are you still here? I see that you're still here. You can unmute.
Yeah, I was muted, Ole.
Please unmute, put up your camera. I've not even seen who this Titus is. You see?
My camera was on when I was presenting.
Okay, now it is. It was not before then. Now you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was. The question was on how the departments are performing. And I've said that the performance is average for the last 5 years. That is the completion rate of the programs is ranging between 41 to 60% in the last 5 years. And then I'm told to from Moses, I specify the departments. The department of the national government departments, and specifically in the counties. And then there was a question about the title and the process not linking up, and I'll adjust the topic to read the leadership practices, stakeholder involvement, and the performance of national government departments in Kenya. the national government department was missing there. I think that is all.
Thank you. Obviously, you don't make sure whatever titles you use, you don't create a title that has 20 words, because then it becomes very hard to remember. This is your story. Your story should have a title that is catchy, informative, but does not become unnecessarily too wordy, so that we lose the meaning. I mean, we are lost. Okay, so it's a bit of think through when you create titles. 7, 9 words should be a good title. Check. Now, next, I want to go to Evans. And thank you very much, Titus. Now I see you. You can now switch off your camera. Let's see Evans put on his, so that we can see the difference. Evans, yours has something at the middle. Do you have a camera reader?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. It does come up. Very good.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Ali, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed. You have a chance to respond to some of the questions that may have been raised.
I've not seen any question.
No questions, really?
Yes, seems that.
Can we just teach somebody to ask a question? People cannot be that mean with the question.
Maybe they understood it very well, and they...
Maybe it was the last one. You know, you just did the last part, so
yes.
Maybe they weren't able to. And then I went to question time. So maybe in the next break, if you have questions, I'll give you a chance to respond to it. Okay?
No problem. I'll be around.
So please stay calm, stay put. When the next break comes, please respond to the questions when people have raised them. So thank you very much, everybody. Asante sana. We can do a quick clap for those three presenters, Eridi and three gentlemen, please. Finished. We go now. We go to the next person. You can mute those of us who are muted apart from me. We go to the next presenter, who is actually Jevwa Wangu. Jevwa Wangu William, are you here? Jevwa. Jevwa William Wangu. Anybody can see Jevwa? If Jevwa isn't there, we will hope.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. You are the user, not the Jevwa. Okay, never mind. Put up your camera. Put up your camera. At least we see the camera is who is the user.
Okay.
Yes, Jevwa, you're good. Very nice.
Okay.
So you have your 12 minutes to tell us exactly what you studied, what you found out, what does it mean to us? Why do we really think about it? Thank you. You have your time now.
All right. Good morning, all of you. My name's Jeffa Wang William. I want to present a study on the effects of tax knowledge on alternative dispute resolution among 3-star hotels in Mombasa County, Kenya. I am a student at KEMU Mombasa. My supervisors are as shown in the slide. Move to next. Yeah, background of this study is about alternative dispute resolution. Now, due to high and rising costs of litigation, many businesses are increasingly turning to ADR as a preferred method of solving disputes. ADR is broadly a method of solving disputes outside the normal objection and tax appeals. Now, today, ADR is favored than litigation. Globally, it is recommended that at least 80% of tax disputes should be resolved. South Africa had a 66 dispute resolved. Move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, in Kenya, ADR was introduced in 2015. This action, together with taxpayer knowledge, taxpayers are aware of ADR as an alternative to settle disputes. A study was done by Rimtumba in 2019, who actually came up with a framework of tax knowledge. Now, it is therefore necessary to understand how disputes in the industry are to be solved so that it has the least negative effect on the service delivery and on the economy as a whole. Next slide, please. It's a problem statement. Yeah, ADR and revenue collection have been the subject of previous research, like Kashind in 2017 and Mohammed in 2018, who investigated the factors that influence effectiveness of revenue collection in Kenyan county governments. As per USAID report in leadership and public financial management, said that Canada's tax disputes are resolved through ADR, with Australia recording impressive rates of 85 and 75 respectively. The numbers of people applying for ADR now in 2021 was 559 compared to 493 in 2020-2021. That was an increase of about 13%. This confirms that the number of people getting to be aware of alternative dispute resolution as a mechanism has risen up. Now, it is against this knowledge growth that the study seeks to establish the effect of tax knowledge on the ADR among the 3-star hotels in Mombasa County, Kenya. The 3-star hotels are chosen because they are volatile, establishing that it needs special treatment. The general purpose of this study is to establish the effect of tax knowledge on the alternative dispute resolution among the 3-star hotels in Mombasa County, Kenya. And the specific objective is to find out the effect of procedural tax knowledge on the alternative dispute resolution in Mombasa County. Move. Theories which are anchored on this. One is the conflict resolution theory. The other one is benefit theory, and the other one is cost of service theory and ability to pay. Conflict resolution theory, as everyone knows, that you cannot work along with another person unless you agree. So this is basically supports the study very well. Just move ahead. Conceptual framework, that is the tax procedure becomes a dependent variable, and the dependent is alternative dispute resolution. That is trying to look on the backlog on that. Chapter 3, that methodology used. I used descriptive survey research that to test the relationship among variables and allow description of characteristics. The target population of 46 made of 8 3-star hotels, Mombasa County, and that's two staffs from the 3-star hotels, Mombasa County, 15 from the ADR department in the KRA, and 15 from the tax consultants in Mombasa. Piloting was done in Kwale County, 10% of the 46, which is 5. Data collection method was questionnaires. Analysis with descriptive and inferential techniques employed. Multiple regression model was used. Why? That is the alternative dispute resolution is equal to F, and the ethical consideration as well was actually put in emphasis. That is, people were assured that they have a consideration refer to the obligation of the investigator to respect each participant as a person capable of making informed decision regarding the participation. That was observed fully. Next slide. Results and discussion. Respondents for 39, that is representing 85%. And the other one 15 that didn't show up. Next slide. Reliability test on the 10%. Procedural tax knowledge had a 0. We used the Cronbach alpha method, and on the procedural tax knowledge 0.859 was the results. Where the items used were 4, This was reliable because ideally 0.7 is actually set as a standard. The alternative dispute resolution was 0.845, also very reliable. We move. Descriptive analysis also done on the procedural tax knowledge, and it was evident that people 35 respondents agreed that technological knowledge influences tax and compliance among the hotels. We move ahead. Let us move on. And also a statement was done on a descriptive statement done on ADR. And this also, it was agreed that 35 respondents, which is represented by 89%, agreed that ADR has reduced the backlog of tax objections. That is an overall. There is. Can we move ahead? And also the correlation was done on this using the Parsons correlation on the alternative dispute resolution and the procedural tax knowledge. We got a performance of 0.799 that is saying that these two items are strongly positively correlate or related, connected. That is the result. Can we move ahead? Another model was used on the same, and we registered 0.639. We got 0.799, and the R square of that was 0.639. That is also, these are highly connected. They are highly connected. Regression output was also done on ANOVA, and we registered that F of this results was 65.53, and as well, these are confirmation that these two elements are actually connected. When you move, okay. Conclusion, as shown by the strong coefficient of correlation, the study concluded that the dependent factor analyzed had a substantial effect on the alternative dispute resolution among the 3-star hotels, Mombasa County, Kenya. A recommendation, the study showed that procedural tax knowledge caused difficulties for performance of alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Therefore, it is advisable hotel operators develop policies and procedures that improve ADR performance, and they also advise of the tax consultants. Areas for further study: the effect of tax awareness on ADR among 3-star hotels, Mombasa County, was the main focus.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yes.
Your time is up, and that's okay.
Yes.
I mean, the further study is about you, the researchers in the field. So yes, we here would want to really know what was done, how it and what it means to us. And so that's fine. Further research is good for other people in your field, which is fine. And that in the paper. Let's move on. We'll come back. So please put up questions on the chat for Jevwa, and we'll come back to him a little later for him to respond. So asante sana.
Thank you so much.
One of the obvious issues is that we need to. Hello, can I be heard? Yeah, so let me usher in the next person, who is Juliano. Juliano Gekunda, are you available? Juliano? Juliano, are you available? Stop sharing this one. This is Jevwas, so that Juliano can come. Okay, Juliano. Juliano, please respond so that I know you are there. Gekunda. Gikunda, if you're not there, Gikunda, then we'll move, Gikunda, we'll move to the next person, who is Mary Mugambi. If Gikunda turns up, please let us know. But for now, we go to Mary. Mary, are you available? Mary Mugambi? Mary Mugambi? Is Mary within? Mary? All right, it is my assumption that Mary is not there or has not yet shown up. Mary, can you hear me? Can I be heard by anybody out there?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. I was fearing that maybe you can't hear me, therefore that is why nobody is. I can see Mary is logged in.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, good. You're about to take away your chance, Mary. Don't allow to take away your chance. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. It's your chance to do your presentation, Mary. Okay?
Yes, Dr. Thank you.
Let it be put it up, let it go up again, and then we'll go ahead. Once it is put up, then you have your time. All right? You have, this is Mogunas. Please put up Mary's. This is Mary is the next one. This is not Mary's. Please put up Mary's presentation. Just relax, Mary, all the time. No issue.
Okay.
Your time will not be taken away from you. All right, so now you have it. It is your 12 minutes. Make sure we just, this study is about what you found, what it means. You have
thank you. Thank you, Dr. My name is Mary Mugambi, a student in Kenya Methodist University. My supervisors are Dr. Tasira Kibara and Dr. Isaac Aberia from Embu University. Next slide, please. Introduction. Teachers are faced with numerous challenges, both professional and personal globally, and they are forced to confront numerous challenges, including poor working conditions. Sorry, I've not introduced my topic. Sorry. My topic is the influence of teachers' trade unions on teacher satisfaction in addressing working conditions in public secondary schools in Embu County of Kenya. Then I go to introduction and I say teachers are faced with numerous challenges, both professional and personal, and they are forced to confront numerous challenges, including poor working conditions, according to Chiresh and Shumba 2011. Poor working conditions lead to reduced productivity and poor performance, reduced morale, and reduced delivery. Therefore, effectively considering teachers' working conditions is essential for enhanced satisfaction service and delivery. Next slide, please. And teachers' satisfaction with working conditions is essential for enhanced service delivery. However, the satisfaction of the teachers with the working conditions could be influenced by different factors, including gender, experience, education, and workload, according to Kamau studies of 2020, Obungu 2021, and Sadibo and Mainurko of 2022. Therefore, there was a need to assess the influence of teacher satisfaction with working conditions between the unions and non-union members. Next slide, please. Methodology, the study area description. The study was conducted in Embu North, Mbere North, Embu East, Embu West, and Meru South sub-counties in Embu County, that is in the eastern part of Kenya. It borders the following counties: Tharaka Nithi to the north, Kitui to the east, Machakos to the south, Murang'a to the southwest, and Meru to the northwest. Therefore, there are about 205 public secondary schools in the entire Embu County. The county has 2,400 teachers and 205 principals, that is from every secondary school in Embu County. So the study concentrated on public secondary schools, teachers and the principals. Next slide, please. Sampling procedure and the sample size. 10% of the population is a representative sample according to Kodhari, ARA 2004. Therefore, out of the total population of 2,400 teachers, including NAT and CUPET, the study collected data from 240 teachers and 21 principals. A proportionate to size sampling of 10% procedure of Kodhari was employed to decide the number of teachers to be sampled in each school. A total of 21 principals in the 205 secondary schools were also sampled. Random numbers were generated in selecting the schools to be included in the survey from all schools in Embu County. Next slide, please. Data collection procedure, issuance of introduction letter from Kenya Methodist University, a research permit from the National Council for Science and Technology, and then from the Ministry of Education. Then there was an authorization from the county commissioner and the sub-county education officers in Embu County. A rapport with the administration of respective schools was created before distributing the questionnaires. The questionnaires were distributed to the respondents using a stratified random sampling technique. Then respondents were identified and were required to consent by signing the consent form at the beginning of the data collection. Then the questionnaires were administered by the researcher through drop and pick method with respondents given. Next slide, please. The data was analyzed, that is under data analysis procedure. The data was analyzed using SPSS registry software. The completed questionnaires and interview schedules were edited for completeness and consistency and to locate any omission was located. Out of the 240 teachers, questionnaires, only 203 were complete. This led to a response rate of 84.5%. Simple linear regression and descriptive were performed. The study subjected the respondents' perception of working conditions to Cronbach alpha as indicated by HEO 2015. The Cronbach alpha test evaluates whether the data collection constructs consistently measure the anticipated outcome. The study calculated the weighted average index, that is AY, to rank perception. Okay. The study calculated, just a minute, the study calculated the weighted average index, Y, to rank perception of teachers and the principals towards the working conditions described in the equation below. Next slide, where YAI undecided, agree, and strongly agree. Next slide. That is results and the discussion. Union membership was determined to capture the number of respondents who belonged to the teacher unions. The demographic profile of sampled teachers and teachers is presented in the tables. Most of the respondents were union members, where we have 159, that is 78.3% out of 203 sample teachers, and 18 principals, which is 85.7% out of the 21 sampled principals. The findings indicated that most teachers and principals belonged to teachers' unions. Given that only a proportion of the teachers and the principals belonged to unions, the survey captured both views of unionized and non-unionized teachers and the principals so as to get the correct picture of the trade unions regarding their members and their opinions. Next slide, please. Results and discussions continued. On gender, from the tables, we have 49.3% of the teachers who are female, while 50.7% were male. And on the other hand, we have 52.4% of the principals who were males, while 47.6% were females. The findings showed that both genders were represented in the survey. Therefore, it means that for those who are members of the trade unions, there were both males and the females who were well distributed. This is what the study found out. Then on age, I have 45, there is 45.3% of the teachers who are between 21 and 30 years, meaning that young people or young teachers were members of the union, with the 26.6% who are between 31 and 40 years, that is 16.7% between 41 and 50%, and 11.3% are the ones who are above 50 years. So from the study, it shows that young people dominated the membership of the trade unions, depending on the benefits that they get from them. The findings indicated that all ages were represented. This is true from the study, and the proportion of teachers decreased with age. So the elderly from 50 and above, they are few as compared to the youth. The majority of the principals, that is 47.7%, were aged above 50 years. Then 33.3% were aged 31 to 40 years. And this is where the study found that the young people have joined teachers' trade unions because of what they get from the trade unions. And the findings suggested the principals were well presented across ages in the study. Next slide. From the table of demographic respondents, this is what I've just presented, showing that from the teachers, 203, 159 are members against 44, the members who are not members of the union. And principals, I have 18 against 3, showing that a good number has joined trade unions. And the gender has also been well distributed as per the table. The age has been well distributed.
You have 1 minute to conclude.
Education levels are reasonable as far as teaching in secondary schools is concerned, as far as the requirements are concerned. Then the lessons per week are in line with the Teachers Service Commission, which is a requirement. A teacher should have above 30 lessons per week. Next slide.
1 minute to conclude. You are almost done with your time.
Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Next, move on to the next. The findings, okay. Okay, the next slide, please. The next slide, please. The perceptions of teachers on working conditions. To adequately characterize the concept crunchback value showed that it was relevant, and the tools that were used were relevant for the study. and to gauge educators and administrators' contentment with these things, a survey was conducted for this research, and results showed that the controversy alpha coefficient for teachers was 0.823, and for principals it was 0.70. From table 4. These conclusions provides evidence that the employed constructs were valid and accurate measures of teachers' working conditions. Taking it to conclusion, please. Teachers and principals. Conclusion, please.
Time is actually done. Your time is actually up, Mary.
Okay, the study's objective was to assess teachers' trade unions' influence on teachers' working condition in Embu County, and the teachers were satisfied with the trade unions' influence in improving working conditions, while principals were moderately satisfied. It also concluded with an optimistic and essential association between trade amalgamation membership and the gratification of teachers' working conditions. The findings implied that union membership among teachers and principals would significantly improve their satisfaction as workers. Recommendation, the study recommended enhancing teachers' working conditions because it is essential for effective performance. The study showed that unionization increased teachers and principals' satisfaction with working conditions, and the study recommended more teachers and principals join trade unions for benefits. Additionally, the trade union should have mechanism for enhancing the teacher satisfaction for better working conditions. The end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. We will move on to the next person. You make use of your time efficiently. Make use of your time efficiently. I said you have only 12 minutes, and in 12 minutes, normal timing, you would not have more than 12 slides at most. So please make sure, those of us who are coming later, check your slides. You don't have, you cannot speak 12 minutes with the 27 slides. It's a bit too much. Make sure you know where you spend your time best. So we will go to the next person. I don't know whether Moguna has stand up. Is Moguna within? Yeah, that's the same person. Moguna Gekunda, are you available? If not, I will ask for a few responses to the presentation by Jevwa and Mary. Any quick ones? I'll give them 2-3 minutes each. Any questions for Mary?
Chair, I am around.
You are here. We have been looking for you. So very good. You have.
I am around.
You are here. Okay.
Yes,
put up your,
I am.
let's see you, and then put up the slides for Moguna. Then he'll do his presentation. Please continue to use the chat to put up questions for Jevwa and for Mary, and of course for. Once the slides are up, we'll have another 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, committee. My name is Muguna Juliano Gekunda. I have my presentation is about influence of market penetration strategy on growth of restaurant in Nairobi County. Maybe before we go there, maybe over the past few years I've been involved in research in these restaurants, both classified restaurants and those that are luxury restaurants within Nairobi County. And I've experienced many problems that come with these restaurants. Maybe restaurants like Kengere's restaurants, which closed some time back, a decade ago, and the Cabanas, right? It closed also a decade ago. Intercontinental Hotel closed down last year. We have a restaurant like Florinda 2000, which closed down in 2017. We have even like Olengense that closed down early this year. Iriton Hotel, and it's a classified restaurant. Is said that it's going to close down by the end of this year. The issue they have raised is there is operational problems. Some have also said that they had managerial problems, and some have said that it is due to COVID-19, which actually swept the facility. But the question is, what are they not telling us? If you look at my introduction there, it shows that there is a gap between the way classified restaurants operate today and actually the way they should operate, bearing in mind that there is even economic and social problems and making management of these facilities a bit more difficult. This study was about market penetration strategy, which I assumed that it has a role to play in order to facilitate the growth of these restaurants and to ensure that all the stakeholders in this industry normally could operate their restaurant without these challenges and problems that we have seen arise from like the past like a decade or so. Actually, the objective of this study was to find out the influence of market penetration strategy on the growth of restaurants in Nairobi County. Let's go to the hypothesis of this study. It was based on another hypothesis, which was market penetration strategy has no significant influence on growth of restaurants in Nairobi County. Let's look at the significance of this study. This study is of great significance to the restaurant managers who normally are the operational team, who run the operational team of these restaurants, the employees who actually earn their living from these restaurants, other stakeholders like Kenya Tourism Board, who are much concerned in marketing and improving this industry because of the benefits that it has to the country as a whole. Also, this study aim to serve as a desire to those who need to operate these restaurants, because they can operate this restaurant without fear of unknown. They can actually know the right button to click in order to move ahead. Also, this study is of significance to other researchers who could get literature from this and actually base or even explore more onto their findings. Let us look at the key research sources of my study. My literature was based on one, the Ansop's matrix established by Igor Ansop of 1957. Another researcher that I based this argument on was the BCG matrix of 1973. Also, I based my argument on the marketing mix strategy, which relies on the 4 P's of marketing in order to establish the right strategies for the businesses to take. And lastly, my key research was the organizational model strategy, which defines the framework for the organizations. It helps to choose effective leaders, it assists in decision making, it spins in dispute resolutions, and it forms a cohesive team. Somebody may wonder why I based my study on these historical researchers, but you can see from my finding that they have been modified, and most of these findings are based on like a decade-old kind of research. And this study, I leaned on the Ansop's matrix in order to bring out the findings related to this market penetration strategy. Let's now go to my methodology. Quantitative research design was used to make statistical conclusions and provide perspective to make critical decisions for the restaurant. Inferential statistics allowed me to make predictions on the population based on samples and to draw conclusions that cannot be divided from the descriptive statistics. Also, I used descriptive survey to help describe the problems underlying in the restaurant growth. Also, I could compare findings from different restaurants and determine why and how there are low levels of growth in restaurants, bearing in mind that there are many ways at disposal to market actually these restaurants. Let's go to data collection method. My research relied on primary data, which actually I sourced this data from the questionnaires. Also secondary data, which I got from operational reports of these restaurants from the year 2018 all the way to 2021. This data, I measured it using the questions were asked in a measure of Likert scaling technique in order to measure the variables. Let's now go to the limitations of this study. My study was carried out during the COVID-19 period, and there were restrictions of entry. Another limitation was access to the food and beverage manager, and my research team could organize appropriate time for these appointments. The target population comprised of food and beverage managers, and actually it left down the line managers and other operational staff, but we could allow enough time for these food and beverage managers to liaise with others in order to give sound responses. Let's go to data analysis, which is very critical in this research. After examining the data for missing variables and outliers, then the data was condensed, input into SPSS, and retained and classified. Analysis, as I said, was through descriptive statistics for each categorical variance, and the inferences were made through frequency and percentage. Pearson chi-square test was used to establish the association between market penetration strategies and the restaurant growth based on the variables of the study. Reliability analysis of the questionnaires was done by Cloudwatch Alpha through SPSS version 26 in order to measure its internal consistency. Let's go to the findings of this study. Out of the data questionnaires that were issued, 23 were failed and returned, which amounted to 77% response rate. According to Mugenda and Mugenda 2008, a response rate of 50% is adequate to warrant analysis and reporting, where a response rate of 60% is good and that of 70% and above is excellent. Therefore, the findings of this study were deemed excellent. Demography. On gender, the participants of this study had more male at 14 compared to female who were 9. Their education levels, the degree level were the majority at 12, diploma of 4, certificate were just 7. The classification of the restaurants that were standing in this research, we had 5 stars, which were 13, and 4 stars were 10. On the respondents' operation, the number of years that they had worked in these restaurants, those who had worked for less than 5 years were 5, 6 to 10 years were 7, 11 to 15 years were 2, 16 to 20 years were 4, 21 to 25 years were 4, and above 25 years was 1 respondent. On the operational years, this is the number of years that the restaurant had operated. Those that had operated less than 5 years were 2, between 6 to 10 years were 6, 11 to 15 years were 6, 16 to 20 years were 5, and more than 20 years were 4. This now leads us to the ending one, which is based on another hypothesis one, that market penetration strategy has no significant influence on growth of restaurants in Nairobi County. Questions were set in different versions in order to assess the response, to assess the respondents' utilization of these one variable that was tested. And one of the questions that was in the questionnaire was about use of advertisements and promotion techniques of marketing. And when I was talking with these respondents, they told me different ways in how they use advertisement and promotions, like they organize in birthday cake when their guests there, when their guests are staying there and actually their day or birth corresponds with their stay there. Still they give branded diaries to this to their clients. Also, they sponsor an Indian student for training there in those restaurants and hotels. They give even discounts of up to 20% discounts on their conference guests. And they also make personalized phone calls during some peak periods of the year when they would want their guests actually to come and have the experience there, like during Christmas, New Year Day, like during Easter and such. Now, on the use of advertisements and promotion techniques of marketing, 73.0% agreed and strongly agreed. Yes.
Your time is actually up, and you're using a different, you're using something different from what we are having on the slides, which is fine anyway, but the time is up. So
why don't you give me 1 minute, please?
That is already, I've already given you one extra, thinking that you're going
Yes.
to stop. You're not stopping. So it's able to keep going. Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds. All right, you have them, please.
Okay. Then the finding of this study concludes that the alternative hypothesis takes the day that marketing strategy has significant relationship with the restaurant growth. Let's go to the conclusion. This study concludes that according to the statistics from Chi-Square for association between market penetration and strategy at coefficient 0.93, the result implies that there is a strong and significant association between market penetration strategy and the restaurant growth in Nairobi County. And on the recommendation, the standard recommends that restaurants should invest on market penetration strategy to ensure their growth, and the restaurant too should always differentiate their product and services. And the standard also recommends that restaurants should create brand loyalty and new products. And the recommendation for further research, the researcher should examine other strategic marketing strategies and influence growth of restaurants in Nairobi County. And still further study should be carried in other counties in order to assess the consistency of market strategies, market penetration strategies in Kenya. Okay, thank you so much. I'm very glad the committee.
Thank you very much, Bwana. Thank you for the time to rest yourself and to tell us what you are studying and what you found out. We appreciate that. So, colleagues, we give ourselves a few minutes to respond to the presentations by the three presenters, Jeffwa, Mary, and Muguna. So I'll give each one of them 3 minutes to respond to the questions that you would ask. If you have no questions, then we just pass and go on to the next session of presentation. So do you have any questions for Jeffwa? Jeffwa on the chat, you likely have seen the questions. You can start responding. You have your 3 minutes. Each person 3 minutes. Jeffwa, have you seen any questions on the chat? Or does anybody have a question for Jeffwa? All right, it looks like there are no questions for Jeffwa. Mary, the question for Jeffwa?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Doc. Dr. have been asked about unionized members and non-unionized members, why I have them. The reason is that I wanted to establish through the study why teachers have joined unions. And the reasons that they gave, they said that from the study, some were forced, others they joined by default, others they joined because the trade unions are beneficial and the trade unions look into the welfare of teachers. And in the area of the non-unionized members, those who felt forced, they did not join because they did not see any benefits from the teachers' trade union. So I wanted to compare why teachers have joined and why others have not joined. Because those who have not joined, they have their own reasons. They have their own perceptions about trade unions. Then on the question of why I have few principals, they are not few compared to the sample. The schools in Embu County, there were 205, and following the 10% of Kodari, 2004, the teachers, the principals were 21, and the response rate of the 21 teachers, I got 18 of them who are members, and they said, or they reported that they joined because there is general welfare for teachers. So principals are not few because the sample is adequate. Back to you, Dr. I'm done.
Jepwa, there are questions for you. Are you here? Okay, Jepwa looks like have left. Any questions for Moguna? Moguna, you can respond to your questions. Check on the chat and give yourself a chance to respond. Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you for coming and presenting. So we can go to Jepwa is back. This is user, but yes, you are the user, Jepwa?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you put up your camera. You know the word user is not being identified with anybody. So please put up your camera. Go to the few questions that are listed for you in very quick.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Julie.
User, go ahead. We can see you and we can hear you.
We can see and
I'm not. I haven't gotten the questions. The question I left a bit.
Do you know the chat?
Chat.
check on the chat.
Okay, fine.
Question, as Jevwa looks at okay. Sorry, then we can't help you for now. We'll have to tell you the questions later because the chat disappears when you leave. So you can switch off your camera, relax, listen to others. And let me go to Moguna. If you leave the conference, you lose everything. That's why you should stay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maybe let's start with the one question that was what is the critical new knowledge of your study? In the previous studies, actually, we have found that other researchers have researched on other areas.
Moguna,
yes.
I want Mary to switch off her video.
Yes, I can hear you.
So that you can switch on yours. Switch off the video, Mary, so that
okay.
Moguna we can see him.
The first question on what is the critical new knowledge of your study? We have found that many of the past researchers concentrated their studies on insurance companies. They did the research on other businesses and banks, but we have not found any of this researcher who is going to this area of restaurants and hospitality industry. Then I found that there is a magnificent gap because even after talking with these operators of these restaurants, it found that they used to operate on those traditional style, whereby they after selling their products, but they don't even know the right channel to sell these products to. Maybe another question, the consideration on the niche marketing in the standard. Remember, the niche market is that very unique market that the restaurant can sell most to. And in order to minimize even the cost of marketing and advertising, we would rather go to that unique market and then offer our product to that market and then get more returns. And that is why, even according to the questions in the questionnaire, we wanted actually to know how do they understand whether there is a niche market and how do they approach it. And actually we found that these restaurants have actually established this niche market. The other question, how did you measure restaurant growth? From the data that was collected, then there were questions that were put across regarding the performance of this restaurant. Yes.
You know, your answering of questions should be brief. Don't
okay.
do a full presentation. Okay.
True,
Yes.
Dr. Yeah. So the restaurant growth was measured from the performance of 2018 all the way to 2021, and from data that was collected, the financial performance was one of the criteria that we collected the data, and the increase of the customers, and actually even it contained even the staff satisfaction on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should be ready to go. Asante. Let's get a chance to applaud the three presenters, and then we'll move on to the next session. Okay. Thank you very much. Is Professor Nishunge, are you here? I'm about to hand over the baton to you. Professor. Do we have Gishoke? Are you here? Mwangi? Gishoke, are you connected? Do we have Aira? Aira, are you here? Yes. Okay, because we are going to be able, because of the timing of the day, we need to move on to the next presentation. I know it was slotted to come in after lunch, but since we are not yet hungry, we can listen to the next 2 or 3 presenters. So I hope the people who are presenting are going to be available. We have Yusuf Aila, Geshoke Mwangi, and Catherine Motua. I hope they are logged in. Is Catherine logged in? Catherine, are you logged in? Okay, so we'll set up Aila and then we shall start.
Dr. Moshiri, I'm here. It's technological issues. I'm here, but I'll take over after lunch. Please do continue.
Okay, Okay, Professor. We have Yusuf presenting next.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Yusuf Kiria Aila. Students, Kenya Methodist University. Title of my presentation .
Sorry, we are having technical difficulties. 1 second.
Effect of manure application, seed rate, and planting methods on the grain yield and biomass production of tape in Goodnet, Marsabit County, Kenya. Okay, I'll give a general. My supervisors are Dr. John Mushiri, Dr. David Mushimiana, and Dr. Evans Motoma from Chuka University. This is the presentation of what TAFE is all about. TAFE is a grass belonging to the family of Eragrostis species. The first picture is about land preparation, and the second picture, the two of them are just grasses, but it's food for some other communities. And this, the old man holding the is holding a tape, harvested tape.
Moses, can you mute yourself, please? Moses, can you mute yourself?
I will start by small introduction of what TAFE is.
Moses, if you can hear us, mute yourself.
You don't know what TAFE is. TAFE is in Amharic, it's an Amharic Ethiopian word meaning lost. That is the nature. This tiniest 3 millimeter. Origin is originated from Ethiopia and Eritrea. It's a cereal, staple food in Ethiopia, used to cook in cooking in jail. 50 million people depend on TAFE in Ethiopia. Then 3 million hectares of land under TAFE cultivation, 6 million households. A good source of livestock feed for oxen and also other livestock species. An alternative diets for gluten allergies and diabetic patients. TAFE is drought and water lodging tolerant crop, adapted to wide range of climate, climate. Altitude 0 to 3,000 meters above the sea level. Rainfall about 300 to 500 millimeters, depending on the varieties. And
help the presenter.
1 minute. Just a second, please. There's so much noise. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, temperature of 15 to 27 degrees Celsius. Go ahead. Next. What is known about TAFE? What is known about TAFE is TAFE is a broad agroecological. It requires a broad agroecological adaptation, 0 to 3,000 meters above the sea level, tolerant to drought stress and water lodging conditions, short maturity period of between 45 to 60 days, long viability period of 3 to 5 years under traditional condition, reliable and low risk catch crop, not cash crop, it's catch crop, suitable to various cropping system and crop rotation, resilience to both field and storage pests and diseases, high value crops, high grain and straw price. TAFE is quick fix. I think something is blocking. Eh? For holding down bare soil and degraded land. Next. The picture I'm doing this because I know many Kenyans don't know what TAFE is. So if you see the pictures, it is meant for you to understand what I'm talking about. TAFE is a family of grass. We have two varieties of TAFE. There is the white one, the one you see in the picture number 3 on top, and then there is brown one in the second row, the red one. Those are the two varieties. The product of TAFE is what you are seeing down there. The Angera is the first one. The second one is also Angera, which is, some mboga on top. And then we have another one called unleavened kind of bread. It's cooked from this stuff called TAFE. This is the grass. You see the animals, those sirens eating. And then down there again, you see animal walking around, meaning that is how it is threshed. That traditionally, that's what they do. And then harvesting also, you see somebody holding a sickle. Harvesting, you use as harvest. This is just for your understanding. Let's go to the next. Why to study TAFE? We study TAFE because the supply of TAFE is low. There is increasing demand for TAFE. The production is low, but it has a potential of 3 tons under good management and 6 tons under research. It has been proved. National average in Ethiopia, not in Kenya, because the crop is mainly grown in Ethiopia, not in Kenya so much, but it's only grown in Marsabit, which is bordering Ethiopia, about 0.5 tons per hectare. Next. The other problem, why we are studying TEF, low yield is the main problem, as you have seen in my earlier clip. In my earlier clip, that low yield of 0.5 is what people of Marsabit have been depending on. That is one problem. This may be attributed to poor soil fertility. Second, low yield may also be due to high seed rate. There may be a lot of competition for nutrients, for water and sunlight. And then there may be due to problem of poor method of planting, that is broadcasting, mainly tape, because of the tiny nature. It is broadcasting, and that is how it is planted. Other factors are late planting. Farmers sometimes plant late, delayed harvesting, which leads to shattering of seeds in the field, and then traditional method of threshing, which sometimes get lost as it is being threshed by wind. Study objectives, general objectives, to investigate the effect of manure levels, seeding rates, and planting method on the biomass and grain yield of TEF. Specific objectives, to determine effect of manure levels on the biomass and grain yield, to evaluate the effect of seed rate, biomass, and grain yield of TEF, to find out interaction effect of manure levels and seed rate on the grain yield and biomass. Next. Study site. Study was conducted in Marsabit in a small center called Gurnet. It is situated at about 794 meters above the sea level, Jasold Smith. Average annual rainfall about 300 millimeters to 600. Soil is metamorphic in nature. Vegetation is mainly shrub interspersed with annual grass and scattered acacia species. The inhabitants are Samburu, Rendile, and few Somali traders. Treatment combination, this is the methodology. We have manure at 0 rate, that is one level, and then manure at 5 ton per hectare, manure at 10 ton per hectare. Seeding rates, we have 5 kg per hectare, we have 10 kg per hectare, 15, 20 kg per hectare, that's 4 levels. And we have planting method, 20 centimeter by drill, that is row planting, and broadcasting, scattering of seeds. We had a total of 72 plots, replicated 3 times. M1, MS, I think those details, you repeat block 1, block 2, block 3, the same treatment combination. Next. Finding of the study, effect of manure levels and seed rate on TEF biomass technology. According to the figure you see there, please. Finding is that seed rate at 10 kg and 10 ton per hectare, manure generates highest TEF biomass. Control plots registered the lowest biomass at seed rate of 5 kg. Next. The ANOVA summary on TEF biomass is that significant effect for both manure and seed rate at P value is less than 0.001. That means it has significant. Planting method did not show significant differences because the P value is greater than 0.05, which is 0.351. Next. Post analysis on effect of seed rate on biomass yield. The findings were, the results revealed that seed rate at 10 kg per hectare recorded the highest biomass against 5, 15, and 20 kg per hectare. Number 2, 5 kg per hectare of seed rate and 15 kg per hectare of seed rate recorded similar trend. 20 kg per hectare of seed rate had the lowest biomass yield. For stock test, effect of manure and seed rate, effect of manure on biomass yield. There were significant differences between manure levels at the rate of 0 ton per hectare and 10 ton with mean difference of negative 859.92 at alpha 0.05. Second, significant differences were also noted between 0 ton per hectare and 5 ton per hectare with a mean difference of 363 at alpha 0.05. Therefore, manure at 10 tons per hectare is better than 5 tons in terms of biomass production. Next. Bar graph number 2 is on effect of manure and seed rate on the grain yield of teff. What I found is manure application enhanced teff grain yield. 10 kg manure produce better grain yield than others. Plot with 0 manure per hectare registered the lowest, the least grain yield. 10 kg seed rate obtained better grain yield. Seeding rate at 5, 10, 15 did not show major differences. However, they all showed significant differences when compared to 20 kg per hectare seed rate. It's clear that from the graph, it's clear that the manure at 10 tons per hectare and 10 kg per hectare seed rate recorded the highest grain yield. Then it is subjected to ANOVA analysis. The conclusion is that manure levels and seed rate have significant effect on the grain yield of teff at p-value of less than 0.01. Planting method did not show significant effect on the grain yield and at a p-value of greater than 0.05, which is 0.304. Next. Post-hoc test on effect of manure on grain. Post-hoc results revealed manure at 10 tons per hectare yielded grain by over 600 kilograms per hectare, compared to control manure at 5 tons per hectare recorded over 450 kg better than control, which is 0 tons per hectare. Post-hoc test on effect of seed rate on teff grain yield. The results are as follows. Seed rate of 10 kg per hectare generated highest grain yield in comparison to other treatments. 20 kg per hectare seed rate yielded the least teff grain. 5 kg per hectare produced relatively similar grain yield. This is teff now, picture of teff. Go on. Health benefits of teff. Teff is rich in protein, free of gluten, helps to treat constipation, helps in developing good bones and teeth, helps in reducing premenstrual syndrome, helps to regulate blood sugar.
You should be winding up. You have 1 minute.
What are the conclusions? Conclusions. Application of manure enhances biomass and grain yield. Seed rate affects both biomass and grain yield of teff. Planting method does not affect the yield components. 1 minute. Recommendations. Farmers to make use of existing goats and other livestock-based manure to enhance production of teff. The study therefore recommends the use of 5 to 10 tons per hectare of goat manure for optimum straw and grain yield. The study further recommends seed rates of 10 to 15 kg per hectare for adoption by farmers in Marsabit County. Combination of manure at 10 tons per hectare with 10 kg per hectare of seed rate is ideal for straw and biomass production. Thank you for listening.
Right, thank you, Yusuf. You can pull down Yusuf's presentation and then post questions in the chat.
Thank you very much, Ira. We will continue to the next candidate. We will come back to you with some questions. I should be having.
Sorry, Dr. Professor. Yeah, computers.
Hello. For that presentation, we will come back to you, of course, with a few more questions later. Can I check that one Gichoke is allowed? Gichoke? Gichoke, are you here? Gichoke? Catherine, we can move on to the next candidate, which is Catherine.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so you'll be getting your chance to do your presentation.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, once the slides are up, you can continue with your 10, 12 minutes.
Thank you so much. And the members of the panel, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Mutua from KEMU, Education and Social Sciences School. My topic is, as is shown on the slide, social media use and the level of marital satisfaction among couples in MCK in Kobo Synod, Meru County in Kenya. My supervisors are there, Dr. Rebecca and Dr. Pitti. On the background of the study, I'll try to run very quickly so that I go to the findings. The marital satisfaction is about being content, happy, and having genuine feelings of joy, according to Atapu et al. 2021. Let's go to the next slide. Marital dissatisfaction is caused by numerous factors, according to Moleka 2021 and Amat 2018. Examples are family structures, financial, psychosocial, personal, technology. And so this study is meant to investigate technology aspects where mobile device was hypothesized to be influencing the level of marital satisfaction. Let's go to the next one. This is because mobile devices can be misused, resulting to negative impact on marriage relationships or satisfaction, and hence breed things like jealousy, resentment, mistrust, spying on each other, etc. Therefore, this research is meant to determine how social media affected the level of marital satisfaction. Let's go to the statement. On the statement, we ask that the mobile devices, especially social media use, has had negative outcomes in marriage, relationships, owing to Assis et al. 2018, and therefore the absence of studies linking marital satisfaction and social media use led to this study. Let's go to the next. The purpose of the study, of course, sought to study or to assess the influence of social media use on the level of marital satisfaction. And the objective of the study is the same, to assess the influence of social media. The research question, let's go to the research question slide, please. Yes, it's trying to answer the question, to what extent does social media use influence the level of marital satisfaction? Next slide, on the significance of the study. The findings have provided variable information that is useful in growing marital satisfaction and family social interactions. And the findings are also very, very relevant to the superintendent ministers, to the clergy, to the lay leaders, to married couples, church counselors, and also the professional counselors, because it will be able to provide counseling interventions. Let's go to the next one. The scope of the study was the married couples in MCK in Kobo Synod. And the literature review of the study, the gaps were identified. Let's go to the next one. The literature review, the gaps were identified under the following variables: the level of marital satisfaction and the social media. Next, the theoretical framework indicates that the family system theory were used. Next, the research methodology, it is laid out in the slide and it is clear. So let's go to the next slide, please. The data quality checks were done, as you can see in the slide. Pre-testing was done in MCK Kaga Synod. The validity, the reliability was also tested. and was regarded on the reliability was regarded reliable because the value was greater than 0.7. The data analysis, this still is on the research methodology continues. It was done following the laid down procedure or approaches. Please, let's go to the findings now. The standard findings on the reliability test indicated a Crobash alpha value of 0.7, which shows that the data collected was reliable. A total of 367 questionnaires were administered to couples in Kobo Synod, out of which 61.6% were returned and used in the analysis. The response rate for the 6 superintendent ministers and 6 members of the lay leaders was 100%. Therefore, the overall response rate was 87.2%. Let's go. Okay, that table is trying to show the number of times the spouse visits social media networking sites in a day. And so I'll request we go to the next slide so that we explain the table. The findings reveal that the majority of the respondents visited social media platforms 5 times and more a day. This marks 56.6%, while 84, that is 37.2%, saw the platforms 2 to 4 times a day. Therefore, these findings indicated that the couples were active on social media. Next slide. This is on how or whether the spouses monitor the accounts for the other spouses or for the partner. 64.6% of married couples in Kobo observed their spouse's social media account. 23.4% did not monitor. The monitoring likely made one suspect that they were looking for romantic encounters, of which 65.1% strongly agreed, and then 25.7% agreed. This led to couples being bitter when they see uncomfortable messages on their spouse's social media, and 57.5% couples agreed with this sentiment. 60.1% were uncomfortable leaving their spouses with their phones. Let's go to the next slide, please. Social media limit quality time of interaction, and this is according to 54.9% of the respondents. It inhibits couple communication, according to 54.8% of the respondents. And the superintendent minister number 4 said the excessive use of social media while the partner is in the house is injurious and is a threat to marital satisfaction. The superintendent minister number 3 noted frequent complaints for couples were about spouses spending too much time on phones. So this led emotional and psychological downtime. Persistent use led to conflict due to mistrust. The mistrust may lead to separation and divorce, may culminate to depression and death at the worst case scenario. The table there is a dyadic subscale on marital satisfaction of couples. And I would want us to go to the next slide so that we explain the table. From the table, the computed revised dyadic adjustment scale indicates that the score was at 39.3 out of 69. The level of marital satisfaction was below cut point of 48. According to the revised dyadic adjustment scale, scores above 48 indicate distress in marriage, or scores of 47 and below indicate spousal distress. Therefore, the dyadic score of 39.3 of the standard indicates spousal distress among the married couples in Kobo Synod. The conclusion: most couples in MCK and Kobo Synod were active in social media. Although social media enhanced bonding for long-distance relationship, it posed a serious effect on spousal quality time. It is sometimes also linked to disharmony and poor communication among spouses, hence spousal distress. The spousal distress was causing substantial agitation, amounting to conflict, infidelity, fighting, hence high level of marital dissatisfaction. Therefore, persistent dissatisfaction opens door for separation and divorce. Social media use was significant in influencing couples' marital satisfaction in Kobo Synod. Next slide. The study therefore recommended that MCK and Kobo Synod should establish programs to sensitize couples on the misuse of social media and guide them on the effective communication on social networking sites. MCK and Kobo Synod should develop a training curriculum for married people that should incorporate aspects of social media. I also recommend further studies on the influence of social media on the level of marital satisfaction among couples in other regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you for that presentation. If Geshoke is not there, we shall then go ahead and receive some responses to both Catherine and Ira. Ira, I hope you've been looking at the chat and so that you know what questions to respond to. And as we continue, I'm sure there'll be questions for Catherine so that she can also respond as we move forward. So each person is given just about 3 minutes to respond, because you don't have to respond to everything. Some of it is just feedback, which will help you to build your work. So we'll start with is Geshoke here? I ask one more time before I rule him out. Mwangi, Geshoke. Okay, so it's obvious he's not here. So we'll start with Ira. You can go to the chat. You have questions that are directed to you, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. The first question was on what would be the ideal manure application rate, given that 10 ton per hectare was better than 5 ton per hectare. Ideally, what I recommend is 10 ton per hectare, but if the soil is good, you don't need to put 10 ton. That is going to be waste. The yield given in our analysis is clear that between 5 to 10 ton per hectare is good enough. For area with more of sandy soil or marginal soils like northern Kenya, we highly recommend 10 ton per hectare. But in area which is highland, good soil, then you can use 5 ton per hectare alternative. Question number 2 was from Professor. She asked about whether we can generalize. Is the recommendation from Marsabit generally applied in other areas like Molo and Nakuru? Yes, it can be applied, because even our research in Nakuru, Nalet, is some research going on the TEF, but mainly for livestock purpose, forage type, forage variety. You know, it is dual purpose. It is for feed, livestock feed, and it can also be used. It's also used as food for human. It can do well in from agroecological 0 to 3,000 meters above the sea level, meaning it is wide. It's not only concentrated in few areas. From 0 to 3,000 meters above the sea level, and even for the soil, it can grow well in almost every soil because it is a low input crop. It doesn't need a lot of fertilizer, a lot of things, and it's fast growing. And finally, it can also tolerate acidic soil of about 5 pH, but the only problem is frost. I think it cannot tolerate frosty condition. I think that is my answer. Thank you. I had two questions and I have answered.
Okay, thank you, Ayla. If you've responded to your question, that's fine. Then we go to questions directed to Catherine. Catherine, can you see the chat?
Yes, I can. I have three
You can see the chat, then you look through the questions and respond.
What? Professor? Dr.
Catherine, I'm waiting for you to unmute. You are muted, eh? Unmute.
Yes,
then,
yes, I have unmuted.
Then go ahead.
Okay. I got three questions, and the first question is asking me whether we need really to stop using social media. And the other one is asking me, before the social media, there was still the distress. And so I'll answer this question this way. Why I studied this was meant to kind of create awareness that we need to educate our people and establish programs to sensitize the people that I mentioned, because they are the ones who work in the institutions of marriage that are going to help the couples on the dangers or the effects on misuse of social media to the marital satisfaction. So yes, there was distress before. Yes, I'm not saying that people should stop using media. What I am saying, and that is what the study is showing, is that we need to educate people of the dangers that are actually coming with the misuse of the social media to the marital satisfactions. Back to you, Dr.
All right. So there are no other questions?
No.
All right. Anybody else ask any question that you want to raise for the two candidates? So if not, then we are going to ask for somebody to pray for us. Bishop Catherine, you can pray for us, then we take a lunch break.
All right, let's pray. We thank you, dear Lord, for helping the panel members and the chair of this session and all the students that have been able to present their papers this morning. We thank you even for the remaining ones. And as we break for lunch, we ask you for your blessings. And as we look forward to coming back in the afternoon, glory and honor shall come back to your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. So take a 30 minutes break. We'll be back here in about now 10, 20 past. We should be back here about 2. Thank you. And thank you for giving me a chance to take the session. Asante. And my, what do you call it? Job. Say a word. Let people go.
No.
We cannot hear you.
We can't hear you.
I think because no wonder I was telling people time is up and they were hearing. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Right, there is nothing to add. Just wish them they enjoy their 30 minutes lunch.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Oh.
By the way. Okay,
Itakuja takula minutes.
that in 19 wagura ku kindu thaa mugwanja na ndagĩka cigana ũna irenda rĩu ningĩ mwathani haya tamicokie omit original vision keriu gwĩka bado icio maũndũ no ngũhutĩtie
No nĩrarehe
na nĩrangathi kwaria
nĩngwĩka atĩ
sawa nĩngũgerera hau
yarĩa marĩ nĩ thimũ wacaĩ thekio
Can I tell you, there are people you should never allow yourself fight with. Swallow your pride and say sorry. They are too important to allow ego push them out of your life. You will suffer in a way it will look as if God does not exist. This is the foolishness that's, respectfully speaking, there are many people today who are ordained for greatness, but lack of this wisdom. What is there with my? Let me tell you what one of the classic ways that the devil destroys people and makes them to abort their destinies. Listen, please listen. Deliverance 101. When Satan wants to attack you, the first thing he does is scan around your spiritual environment. Who is strong enough, loving enough to bail you out, create something between you and them, and cut you away from them. As at the time is happening, you will not know that the goal is not that conflict. The goal is an eventual attack on your life or your business. When he uses your dishonor to cut you away from every person, then he now attacks you. Because in your pride, you may not be able to rush and go back again. And so you stay there. A hot coal from fire and just
Good afternoon, TikTok, and welcome to William's Walk Through the Mausoleum. Do you know what happens after your funeral? In a few short hours, the crying will die down, and your family will be busy making arrangements for food or drink for your friends and relatives.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Ini connected sama kalian beli dia.
Hello. Ready for connect, ready for presentation.
Hello, Philip. Hello, Philip.
Yes, fine.
Wait for the faculty to come. They have gone for lunch. Everybody has gone for lunch. Yes.
For lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gone for lunch.
Bahati. Kama basi wameenda lunch, uko na bahati ni bora wasajili.
Itakitero chaji.
Sajani yako?
Yakwa. Mtu kwa hubirete.
You can mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Natumika huduma nyama yako. Ni PowerPoint. Ndio PowerPoint. Kahuda laptop yako. Kwa pato ingie huko.
Upresent nayo?
Mimi. Pato ndashokie.
Sawa. Provided wako na thitima tondu igari yakwa ria laptop no jenjirie doesn't hold multiple long time. Tuenda.
Ndio hayo ndio thitima ini. Ndio thitima ini. Kito weka ati.
Leure meaning to ginya type those ninis.
Dikena sio PowerPoint already.
Wena sio shiko.
Thitima ini.
So you have to transfer them.
Na Gmail, thitima ini na Gmail yako. Utogo ikura hakuna yako. Ndio kwa na mama itoto ndio kaona. Ndio kaona. Ndio choke thukuru.
So hiyo yote o attach it Gmail ni yako.
Kwa Gmail. Kitu yote kwa Gmail. Gmail. PowerPoint kwa ya.
Wa presentre.
Timati ukije nyamwe kwenda gutuma ri ndita gutumira cyber na mutu wa cyber aje na wira auta. Ndikwenda gatumira kuma madole majokeria.
Leo gwiko present.
Ndio ma kijokeria no thimu nguhura ma supervisor ndimene athi thuru.
Sawa basi kile tugeka ri in advance ri duke na laptop tuke practice kana nikoka hedi yako yakinya dikana rehedina
nguhura mu itu cio ringi.
Sawa
Ndimu ya training. Kako ni besha
muno
na igora waithano
shawa
no kwa pakula riri kija be kwena minute niguo ala ko dumene kijini na yale Tutapata na neno masha hivi. Kumanya haikula.
kupambana
kiroko na kwaja kwa ine juru to kiroko ne mudo tuliku
no yatigero medoro shunu wana nawe wetania guthima mbembe
ushino tamu ndiko kenda monia kenda guchora ndio kema kale
no ginya to kona igima gokarushi
ndio wekina ndika extension
ni extension
kai hawa wanataka nini? Yes, Faith.
The problem is the
Say what? Itakuja. So come read. If not today,
yes,
nitakuja nayo. Usijali, tutakuja kurudia.
yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start within the next 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Philip.
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Prof.
Can you hear me?
So,
Noise. Is the noise on their end or our end?
yes.
Welcome back to our afternoon session. I will hand over to the good afternoon. This is Professor Ida Gitunde, and the rapporteur is Dr. Vivian Cherono. Professor, if you're there? There's a lot of background.
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Just a minute.
I'm there.
There's a lot of background noise. Philip, you're in a noisy place.
A little bit, but not so much.
Yeah, okay. Prof, can you take over? We start with the Chuki. You may go ahead.
Okay. Good morning,
Can I go ahead?
ladies and gentlemen. I just hold on, Chuki. I want to welcome the participants to the afternoon session. And we have 13 minutes for presentation.
Okay.
We are starting with the Chuki Mwangi. Therefore, the Chuki
Yes.
on the floor, and we can start.
Okay. Good afternoon. So, this is Philip Vishuki Mwangi. I have my topic is litter decomposition
Recording in
dynamics.
progress.
This meeting is being recorded. Litter decomposition dynamics of 3 different types of trees and the performance of the adjacent native grass. The presenter is Philip Vishuki. For the introduction, I'd like to talk a little bit about the litter. Plant litter decomposition is vital in the ecosystem. It's very important because that is what it's about nutrient cycle in the soil. Exhibits different microbial functions and structure. Plant microbial community structure are highly influenced by soil disturbance. If there is any soil disturbance, we may have that problems in microbial structure. There are orthotic, local fauna and flora, which is imposed by selective pressure. So this pressure about the some of the compounds found in the leaves may bring about decomposition challenges. And because of that, it is therefore important to consider about the type of litter that is about to be put into the farm. Materials and methods that are used in carrying out these experiments about litter decomposition and importance of litter and is that we had materials and methods. In this regard, we had litter samples, which is a composite site, fresh foreign leaf that was gotten from the forest and adjacent to a native grass. So this is the type of litter that we were trying to look at. We had three types of trees, which was the eucalyptus, cypress, and acacia. So we were looking at I was looking at the decomposition challenges or decomposition level of this, whether this litter has some problems and the level of nutrient cycling. So therefore, I looked at the litter samples. I also looked at something else we also going to discuss, litter bulk and depth. So how much litter is accumulated in a service. We also looked at litter depth density. Others, we also looked at litter nitrogen. So eucalyptus litter nitrogen, cypress litter nitrogen, and the acacia litter nitrogen. So we are looking at the litter nitrogen as far as we collected the samples, then we take it to the lab. We will find it in when we talked about the design. So we also looked at microbial biomass, litter carbon, in order to see how litter carbon is being decomposed. I also looked at microbial biomass carbon. What about how is microbial carbon helps in decomposition of this litter? I also looked at litter phosphorus, microbial biomass phosphorus, soil pH and moisture content was also looked at that when we are looking at that. So, and since this one was adjacent to the native grass, we looked at the grassroot samples, the level at which shoot numbers are, the length of the shoot numbers, the grass length adjacent to this particular kind of trees, leaf growth rates. We also looked at species composition, species cover, species abundance, also called as richness. So these are the materials that we are looking at when we were measuring this particular kind of litter and decomposition level. So because of that, I used a certain experiment that was litter bag experiment. In this litter bag experiment, a composite cycle of fresh foreign leaf was collected at various distance from the tree at the start of the experiment. They were put in a bag of about 2 millimeters, which is 25 grams mass. Each it had 7 marked points. So it was a distance between 1 to a distance of 6 meters. And we see how the composition of this litter from that distance is. I also had 3 samples of litter bag that was for the control. So in total, we had about 84 litter bags were collected from the adjacent tree, which included 21 litter bag from eucalyptus, 21 litter bag from acacia, 21 litter bag from cypress, and 21 litter samples from the control. They were labeled according to the distance from tree where it were collected. During initial analysis of the litter, a total of 20 litter bags, 7 collected points were taken to the laboratory for litter analysis. Other 56 out of the 84 not collected was taken back to the point where they were collected and they reburied. So we took those litters, and after taking the first sample of 21, the rest were reburied to where they were corrected to see decomposition challenges, decomposition level, or the level at which the decomposition took place. At the end of the dry season, a total of 28 litter bags were retrieved back from the point we are corrected. Finally, at the end of the wet season, 28 litter bags were retrieved back from where they were buried. They were then taken to the laboratory for physical and chemical analysis. So, related to that, we looked at the results. The results of the discussions, and we found that out of those litters, there were some differences in CN ratio. The CN ratio from the litter, it sort of shows that CN ratio of gold class had a difference. The ratio of nitrogen to carbon is about 146 is to 1 nitrogen in dry season, and this one in wet season. This one changes because of the level at which the water is. So acacia had a CN ratio of 20 to 1, carbon 20, nitrogen 1. Cypress had 89:1. So these are some of the results that were found in. So we also looked at the litter chemical composition, and we found that out of these three, 2 exotic and 1 native, we found that there was a difference in level of the lignin. So lignin nitrogen ratio was about 1:1. Lignin pH ratio for eucalyptus is 1:645. So this in total, this means that for the ratio of nitrogen to lignin also is a good indicator, and to reason why eucalyptus give challenges in decomposition. And if you go to an eucalyptus forest, you'll find layers and layers of duff, layers of bark density of undecomposed leaf litter. This simply because of the level at which the ratio of carbon nitrogen ratio, and also the ratio of nitrogen and lignin ratio creating some challenges, because very low nitrogen level was found. So we also looked at litter organic carbon decomposition rate. At what level the carbon that is found in the litter was maybe. So in our results findings, we found that acacia tree had the highest organic carbon mass loss in decomposition. So acacia had very little challenges in decomposition. Acacia had a tree leaf litter provided higher decomposition level in closer distant, even in closer distant. Lower mass level was found in eucalyptus and cypress. So this eucalyptus and cypress had more challenges simply because of the chemical composition that was found in their litter. So the decomposition challenges that can help in the nutrient cycle in the soil was a bit low. So it was a bit, it had a greater decomposition challenges. Therefore, this kind of litter did not actually decompose in the time that was supposed to do. So it took a lot of time. When we measured the mass loss, the acacia had almost lost all the mass as far as that during that particular kind of discussion. So another effect. Okay, another effect is okay.
Can you hear me,
so,
Mwangi?
Yes, I can hear. So, just allow me to discuss this particular kind of graph. The model analysis of litter qualities and their influence on ground resources. So we found that in the results that litter substrate had the following qualities. So there is the difference between litter substrate This substrate quantity consists of liter CN ratio, liter CP ratio, which is carbon phosphorus, liter chemistry, liter bulk and diaph density. This one create problems. This one brings about differences in soil moistures, organic compound mass loss, microbial biomass, soil pH, and soil temperatures. All this results to availability of nutrients. And this availability of nutrients creates differences in grass mycorrhiza associations. Fine root production, fine root also goes on with the nutrient content, grass root length, grass root depth, and all this now brings about the biomass, the overall biomass of the class in terms of species composition, species richness, and species cover. So in general, I also thank you for giving this little time. And though I have still some few findings, I'll be ready for any comment. And thank you for that, Prof.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mangi for that presentation. Please, anybody who has a question for Peter Mwangi, can you put it on the chat, and then you'll be able to answer, later on, and any comment you would like to give to him. Please do put it on the chat. Now we'll have another presenter, and that is Peter Lasiani. Peter, are you ready? Yeah. I know he is not on the printout, but Peter Lasiani is the one presenting now. Before we go,
Philip, can you start presenting?
And as Peter prepares, can I please check whether the others are there? And Mohisi, is Anda Mohisi there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. 100%.
Daraka? Daraka. Jennifer Daraka. Okay, and then Kiambarua Kete.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
So then get to.
Okay, thank you.
Maslani, you can please have 13 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair.
You can start.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lemasolani Peter, a master student in Kemu, Kenya Methodist University. And my supervisors are Professor Nevat Kaduri and Dr. Rebecca Wachira. The topic that I'm presenting is part of the thesis. It's a big document, so part of it is influence of bidding girls on KCP performance of early circumcised boys in Isiolo Central Sub-County, Isiolo County. Let's move the next slide. Introduction. Circumcision of boys is a cultural practice kept by many communities in Kenya. According to Black and others, 2012, early circumcision of boys comprises retrogressive practices which impact the discipline, enrollment, school attendance, and KCP performance of boys in Samburu. This act newly found autonomy, participating in animal raids, recruitment into the community army, becoming a herdsman, bidding girls, and becoming the head of family or families. Bidding entails a Samburu Moran purchasing red beads and giving them to young Samburu girls as a sign of betrothal. The Morans usually consider themselves men who cannot be intimidated by anyone. Schools in Oldonyiro Ward, Isiolo County. That's the next slide. Introduction continues. We are seeing that incidences of early circumcision of boys have been prevalent for a long time in Isiolo Central County, and the entire led to boys dropping out of school, increased cases of cattle rustling, early marriages, and other social challenges among resume 2014. This has in turn influenced negatively the KCP performance of the circumcised learners, since their minds are preoccupied with their newly found social status within their community. There is scanty literature on the influence of early circumcision of boys on their KCP performance. As such, this study sought to investigate the influence of beading girls on KCP performance of circumcised boys in Isiolo Central Sub-County, Isiolo County. Let's move the next slide. The materials and methods. The study used a cross-sectional descriptive survey design with 195 teachers and 294 circumcised grade 8 boys as the target population. The researcher used a simple random sampling technique to sample 30 teachers and 43 circumcised boys in class 8, which represented 15% of each category of respondents. Questionnaires were used to collect data, and descriptive statistics, percentages, and frequencies were used to summarize the data obtained. Correlation analysis was used to assess the connection between the independent and the dependent variable. Let's move the next slide, and that is the response. The questionnaires that were sent, and a total of 6%. And 39 out of 43, resulting into 89% response rate. So was good. This response corresponds to the requirements that 50% is acceptable. Bloomfield and Fisher, 29. I'm through with that one. And then we are talking of teachers' responses on the beading of girls. So the teachers who are chosen, the table there shows their response. And the percentages as indicated that 64% girls. And we are saying 40% of the respondents indicated that boys who are exposed to the practice of beading girls cannot focus on their academics, as they are more interested in attending games and sports activities rather than schoolwork. Then we are also saying that the study from the table, that the study further showed that 64% of circumcised boys who are practicing, who had practiced being girls did not perform well in their KCPE. And the next slide. Let's move on the next slide. And the slide, that slide actually shows the table there, people's responses to the beading of girls. Those are the circumcised boys. And from the table, we are able to get that the results shows that 40% of the respondents did not think that peoples exposed to boys beading of girls always perform well in KCP, yet the beading practice is widespread. We are saying furthermore, respondents agreed that exposure of boys to beading practice affected their KCP performance. Further, 56% of the respondents observed that the bidding practice led to truancy among the school-going early circumcised Samburu boys. The respondents further disagreed that the boys' child bidding of girls enjoys attending games and sports, hence diverting the focus from academic as depicted by 35%. This can be attributed to the fact that the uncircumcised boys engage in far fewer activities within the community, unlike their circumcised counterparts, and thus they can focus their energy and time on academic work. That is more on the people's responses on the matter of girls, bidding of girls. KCP performance in relation to circumcised boys. The table is there, is indicating the respondents' questions. And from the table, we are able to learn that the table shows the 54% of teachers agreed that boys who undergo early circumcision perform poorly in KCP as compared to other pupils. We are also,
Peter,
from the table, we are able to draw.
Peter,
59.
can you move
Yes.
faster? You have only 1 minute.
Yes, maybe that the table actually shows the teachers agreed that the. Let's go to the next slide. The next slide, please. So the people's responses also is indicated there, and what the table actually says 45%. People responded stated that early circumcised boys felt that they were mature, making them indisciplined, which affected their KC performance. In the next slide, let's go, please, so that we can be able to look at the recommendations. Next slide. So correlation results on bidding of girls and KCP performance is also indicated there. The next slide, let's go. Now, conclusion, we are saying that the study concludes that the bidding of girls has significant positive correlation with the KCP performance of the circumcised boys. Now, to maintain their culture and the societal expectation, the circumcised boys have to identify and bid girls of their choice at the earliest possible opportunity. This will mean that their attention is shifted from academic work to cultural activities that they are expected to take part in. Thus, the study concludes that the bidding of girls has an impact on the KCP performance of the circumcised boys. Let's go to recommendation. Although girls bidding is a cultural practice among the Samburu, recommend girl bidding among school-going Samburu boys until they are either finished primary and secondary education or attain the age of 18 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that informative study. Anybody with a comment for Peter or a question, please put it on the chat, and we will visit the chat later on. Okay, the next person to present is Adam Ohisi. Adam Ohisi. Adam, you're there. Peter, you can log out.
Thank you.
You remove your slides. Adam, yes, you are there. Okay, Adam, you have 13 minutes. Are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can start.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody else. Thank you, my colleagues who are here. Some of them I already recognized. My presentation will be part of a thesis towards a PhD degree. And without further ado, it is internationalization and adoption of English language as a medium of instruction at Somali National University. It's the biggest and the only public university in Somalia, especially in Mogadishu, where I am now. And there were other aspects to the thesis, but I chose this one and another one that I will present tomorrow to be presented at this platform. The background of this is the adoption of English language as a medium in instruction is about utilizing English language in teaching, especially where the native language used by the majority of the residents in English, as is true in Somalia. Somali, in context, a language, a vernacular Somali language is spoken throughout Somalia. Everybody speaks that language, and the school is taught in that language for a long while. We will get to that. So in the context of this study, internationalization will refer to the process where students from foreign nations study in a particular country. It implies making changes and modifications of an existing education system by introducing policies that foster implementation of an international curricula. Shimauchi, 2018. And the background continues. Internalization in this context is reflected aspects, curriculums, language of instruction, quality of education, and international markets. The need to internationalize education is triggered worldwide by individual countries' internationalization plan, globalization needs, regional integration factors, trade and higher education policies in respective countries that are in question at the time. Many countries, example, the United States of America, Japan, People's Republic of China, Europe as a continent, East Asia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the Netherlands, and Sweden, Uganda, Kenya, Botswana, and others have adopted English language in formal education system, one time or the other. All those countries, their native language is not English, as you can all see. Some of the strategies embraced in ensuring successful adoption of English in teaching include improving infrastructures in the university, increasing international publications, and utilizing aggressive marketing of the university in the international fora. In Somalia, the Arabic and Somali language are the main or have been the main languages of instruction, even at the biggest public university and the only one so far in Somalia. Problem is the continued use of Arabic and Somali languages, plus the unsuccessful implementation of the 2017 language policy that the country embraced back in 2017 is adversely affecting the internationalization of education in this country, Somalia. The objective of the study was to assess the relationship between internationalization and adoption of English as a medium in instruction at Somali National University. The hypothesis of the study was that there is no statistical relationship between internationalization and the adoption of English as a medium of instruction at SNU. A literature review used was literature gaps on internationalization was found out. Weak measures for preparing students to compete for international job opportunities and other numerous careers in international, working with international partners, investment companies, and what have you. Numerous careers available locally and internationally. The relevant theory in this was the network model of internationalization. It was developed by Johansson and Matson in 1988. This relevant theory emphasizes the importance of building networks, common interactions, international penetration, extension, and integration. It is critical in pointing out what should be put in place for successful internationalization process. Methodology of the study location was Somali National University in Mogadishu, as I said earlier, the biggest and the only public university in the entire country. Research design was descriptive survey research design. Target population was lecturers, the university management officers, students from Somali National University, and the director of higher education of Somali National University. He is the director, and he also doubles as the deputy dean. So he has been interviewed. Sampling size was 88 lecturers, 18 university management officers, 30 students, and the director of higher education. Sampling techniques were purposive sampling technique on university management officers. Proportionate data collection instruments, the interview guide for university senior management staff, questionnaires for lecturers, focus group discussion for students, data analysis, quantitative data using SPSS, descriptive statistics, Spearman correlation analysis. Qualitative data was thematic analysis. The results of the study of the whole thesis was in this particular aspect is adoption of English as a language of instruction. All teaching staff, entirety, all of them, 100% agreed that the university in question had no policies on English as a language of instruction, set policies other than the national policy that has been put in place but has not been implemented, cascaded down into the universities and other higher education, either private or public. So basically, all teaching staff, all of them agreed that the university had no particular policies on English as a language of instruction. The study also noted that the language of instruction was a real challenge in Somali National University. The challenges were experienced inside and outside the class and were causing frustrations to some students, most of them actually, some students statistically. Genesis of the problem was that English language is not formally taught as a compulsory subject at primary and secondary schools. Results of internationalization, the international partners in Somalia and the influx of Somalis returning from overseas are putting pressure for adopting English as a language of instruction in Somalia throughout the different levels of education, elementary, primary, higher, and all of them. Both quantitative and qualitative data in this study revealed that the failure to embrace the English language as a medium of instruction at Somali National University was actually reducing chances for fair competition in international jobs for Somali students, the products of this curriculum, diminishing equality of access to global opportunities for research and reducing duality in learning at Somali National University. A testing of hypothesis and correlation analysis. Key independent variables for internalization, the Spearman correlation coefficient 5.581, p-value was 0.000. Decision rejected null hypothesis p-value is less than 0.05. Conclusion was the language of instruction has been found to be a real challenge at Somali National University. Internationalization of education is positively correlated with the adoption of English language as a language of instruction at Somali National University. The effective implementation of the English language as a medium of instruction at Somali National University requires qualified faculty members. This will revolutionize the teaching practices at Somali National University and also demand development of appropriate binding policies. Recommendations continue. Recommendations start. Somali National University administrators should revise the curriculum, develop policy on language of instruction, and ensure strict vetting of teaching staff before they start teaching. There is this other wider take on how the teachers are hired and how the students get access into class. It is inherent in the other parts of the thesis. Basically, administration is the part of the recommendation, and actually the biggest, the one that is the main, is the administrators of the university should revise the curriculum, also develop policy on language of instruction, and ensure strict vetting of people who are teaching. There is a need for Somali National University to introduce training and development programs, English proficiency capacity building programs for existing faculty members to foster internationalization of education as a whole. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. Adam. So then thank you very much for the presentation. And if anyone has any comment for Adam, please do put it on the chat, or a question or a clarification. And we'll be able to get to that after the next presenter. Thank you, Adam. Now, is Makero Jennifer Daraka there? Makero Jennifer Daraka. Okay. Since she's not there, so then we go to Kiambarua Kennedy Giteye. Kennedy, you are there?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you very much. So I can share my slides.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's there.
Okay, you start with the topic.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Chair. My name, as you have rightfully said, is Kiabarua Kenneth Giteye, and my topic is assessment of cognitive deficits on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. I'm trying to put up my camera so that you may see me, but maybe I can still proceed. You can hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So thank you very much. As I said, I'm presenting on the assessment of effects of executive functioning disorders on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. Vulnerability to depression. Depression is a serious mental illness. Depression is a serious mental illness that negatively affects how you feel, the way you think and act. And depression is a common problem in both the developing and developed countries. We continue to witness serious issues amongst adolescents, that includes bullying, drop in performance, engagement in risk behaviors, and even at times suicidal cases. The ideal situation for the ideal situation is that at adolescent, one is expected to be able to make healthy decisions, to be able to relate with others in a healthy manner, to have both the organizational and relational skills, and be able to balance various aspects of life, including work, family, and social life. Unfortunately, at the moment, what we witness in many cases is adolescents or teenagers making uninformed decisions, risky decisions, and also, especially in school, exhibiting poor performance, engagement in drug and substance abuse, social withdrawals, and also, in some cases, suicidal cases that have been witnessed, including here in Kenya. The purpose of this study was to assess the effect of executive functioning disorders on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. And the hypothesis for this study was that executive functioning disorders have no statistically significant effect on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. The scope of this study was conducted in Meru County, Kenya, and the main data was collected on executive functioning disorders, which is a key cognitive deficit among adolescents. This study will be significant to various stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, secondary schools, parents, teachers, and also students, fellow students. Various studies were reviewed, and this was especially in relation to executive functioning disorder gaps. Various studies that were explored possibly can be accessed later on when one reads article. This study was guided by cognitive theory that was developed by Flavia in 1979. And basically, this theory states that human beings have capabilities to use various cognitive skills while undertaking different tasks, especially in relation to management, organizational skill, decision-making, planning, monitoring, and such. Methodology, this study was conducted, as I said earlier on, in Meru County, Kenya, and it utilized descriptive research design. 389 secondary schools in Meru County were our target population. Sample population for the study was that 20 secondary schools in Meru County were proportionately sampled. Meru County has got 9 sub-counties. So in every sub-county, 3 secondary schools were identified using proportionate stratified sampling method to get a boys' school, a girls' school, and a mixed day secondary school to give this study the variety that it is sought to investigate. Respondents were 27 principals or their deputies, 27 guidance and counseling teachers who were also selected using purposive simple random method. 90 English teachers and 86 mathematics teachers were sampled using random sampling method. 86 students were selected using purposive sampling method, and the method was key to those who had cognitive deficits. This method involved selecting 96 students with cognitive deficits. Pre-testing was done in the neighboring Tharaka Nithi County. Reliability interview guide and 0.827 teachers questionnaires, 0.849 on Montreal cognitive assessment test, and 0.938 student questionnaires, which was at 0.871. Content, criterion, and phase construct validity information. Yes, software version 24 was used to analyze and give descriptive statistics such as median, frequencies, and percentages. The findings were presented using tables that explanations are also stressed on the inscribed text. Linear and multiple regression analysis were used in this study to determine the connection among variables under examination. Ethical consideration, all approvals were sought both from the university and relevant bodies before carrying out this study. Consent was also sought from the participants, and ethical standards were observed before, during, and after collection of data. Findings, 54 interviews, 176 teachers questionnaires, and 297 students respondent. Response rate was at 87% for interviews, 82% for teacher questionnaires, and 37, that is 80, there's a 2, okay, 80% for student questionnaires. That 2% had more than 10 years working experience, that is for teachers in respective schools. So that means they knew, or they were very conversant with the information that was required of them. It is also worth noting that 7% of the teaching staff and stayed for less than 1 year, and that was very important because they were familiar with both the students' behavior, performance, and also programs in schools. Principals, counseling, and other teachers at 58% were graduate and 27% were postgraduates. 70 teachers indicated that they were mathematics teachers, while 74 indicated that they were English teachers. Diagnostic findings, 0.271, that was the normality test. On the linearity test, the linearity was at 0.133. Multicollinearity, tolerance, and VIF of executive functioning disorder was at 0.364. Autocorrelation, Davan-Watson was at 1.595, and therefore it was between 0 to 2, indicating a positive correlation. Questionnaire findings, Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, that was administered to 175, that is 74% of students, indicating that students that undertook this test failed to reach the minimum threshold for one to be considered to have been experiencing cognitive deficit. It means that they had to achieve or to score less than 26% in that test. Vulnerability to depression, teachers, majority at 87%, mathematics and English teachers strongly agreed that temporary loss of memory causes students not to perform their normal daily activities at median of 5.0. Nevertheless, 28% strongly disagreed, and that 1% disagreed that their school had raised awareness on how students could know their fellow students are depressed. Vulnerability to depression, this was the students' response. Most students, that 3%, complained that hand examinations made them fail and that they did not understand a lot of things taught in class. Further, 30% students felt lost in the company of others, and 28% of students complained that there were a lot of bullies in schools. Additionally, 27% felt that it was hard talking to people about their struggles, while 40% students indicated that lack of school fees was the main reason as to why many of their friends dropped out of school. On vulnerability to depression, depression caused decline of academic grades. Yes?
You speak, Ellen. You have 2 minutes.
Okay,
so you move faster?
Okay, thank you. So maybe I can go to conclusion. This study generally concluded that cognitive deficits have significant effect on vulnerability to depression among adolescents in secondary schools in Meru County, Kenya. And the conclusion on vulnerability to depression was that depression is still not a well-understood condition. Schools could have acquaintance to the term, but do not articulately understand how to identify and treat depression cases. The study recommends that various stakeholders from the government and the schools put in place methods and measures to understand, to identify issues to do with the executive functioning disorders and put in place appropriate measures to mitigate their causes and their effects. The value of this study to practice is that I have developed a model that can be able to be used, especially by teachers in schools, to early identify effect of functioning disorder amongst students through teaching, allocation of task, evaluation, reallocation of those tasks, and be able to identify before they develop further to depression. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Not Peter, Kenneth.
Yes.
For your presentation. Maybe you can now remove the slides. Thank you very much for the 4 presenters. Peter Mwangi, Peter Lesiani, Adam Ohisi, and Kenneth Getier. So then now we'll move to the chat, ladies and gentlemen, and the participants will answer in the questions that are asked on the chat that relate to their presentation. So we can now move to the chat. Peter Mwangi, are you there?
That's Philip.
Peter Mwangi.
Philip.
Yes.
It's Philip. It's not
Yes,
Peter.
Philip. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm calling him Peter. So it's Philip Mwangi. So
Looks
then,
like
Philip, are you there? Okay, maybe we can start with the others. Maybe you have stepped out. Peter Lesiani.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm present.
Can you check the questions on the chat?
Yeah, yes. I was able to capture a few questions that were asked. The topic is very interesting, probably. One of the questions was asked, how did you measure KCP performance? And did you have 2 groups? Now, when I was looking at the topic, the KCP in relation to the circumcision and beating of girls by these young boys, and actually what I was trying to look at is their performance also, the scores in KCP. And that is how, and even other exams during the term. That is how I could be able to find out their performance. And of course, there are those who are engaged in the act of beating girls, and there are those who are not. So there are 2 groups, probably. That is how I was able to measure that. In question 2, what was the variance between those who participated in bidding and those who did not? Of course, those who participated were actually engaged in other activities that will affect their performance, because they have very little time to go and do their revisions. And if you look at those who are not engaged, of course, they have a lot of time to engage themselves in academic activities. And that is how I was able to get that variance or that difference. The third question was, how can we involve the community in dealing with the bidding issue? Since I said that one of the ways that we can be able is to delay this. If the practice has to be there as a cultural practice, then it has to be delayed until the time when these learners complete either grade 8, Form 4, of course, Form 4 generally. And then from there, I'm sure they are mature, they can be able to engage. The second one is also to outlaw the practice in the community, since it is actually affecting the education of these learners. That is another recommendation. The fourth question was, how exactly can we link poor performance to early circumcision? Now, when I was talking about early circumcision, generations, of course, are there. It's between 10 to 15 years. But during the circumcision, there are those boys who are actually circumcised while they are very young. Some of them 9 to 10 years. And in most cases, the boys in Samburu are circumcised when they are almost 15 years and above. And that is why they can be able to balance. But these young boys may not be able to balance the two, the education, the other family issues, and also the bidding of girls, which is also a practice which is seen as a key thing in the community, and most of these young boys actually like to engage themselves in that, and that's how actually it's linked to their performance. The other term unmeasurable doesn't mean any case. I'm not referring to us who are exams, those who are circumcised, they acquire those responsibilities. That them say we are before they are. Yes, because you when you are circumcised in different years, you feel like you are an old man and perform other tasks just like an old man, and that's why you see that it is like they mature before the age. The other KCP is about annual. It's done annually. Is done after 2 years, then 10 to 15 years. Agree with the generation, but now here.
It seems we have lost him. Okay, then we can move the next person, Andam Ohisi. Andam, are you there? Andam Ohisi. Hello. Kenneth Geteye.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe I can respond to the questions that I see on the chat.
That is Kenneth.
This is Kenneth.
Yes, go on.
Yes.
Go on.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. You see that the first question is, how did you measure cognitive functioning and depression? As I stated during the presentation, students were assessed of cognitive deficits using Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. That is a tool that assesses for cognitive deficits. And they were also later on assessed using a depression assessment scale. Why did you use teachers? How did they know who had cognitive dysfunction? Teachers are important stakeholders, especially in school, because they interact a lot with adolescents. They are aware of their behavior and performance. They are also aware of the programs that schools have, and that is why they were selected. And mainly, those are the issues that were required of the teachers. It is not that it was required of them to be able to be aware mainly of cognitive dysfunctions. Dr. Moshiri has asked, what do you mean by purposive, simple, random sampling? And I want to state that in the presentation, I talked about purposive and then simple random sampling as two distinct methods. So purposive, because especially for students, it was mainly significant for those who are having cognitive deficits. And then, of course, for the random sampling, that was now mainly for the other categories. Professor Wanja asked, why pick from English and math? Is because especially this part of task, when we talk about executive functioning disorders, which is of the working memory, mainly the prefrontal cortex, then it is expected that learners should be able to undertake various tasks, including calculations, pronunciations, spellings, expressions, and that is why mainly mathematics and English. However, in addition to English, maybe one can also assess other languages, including Kiswahili. I think those are the questions that I was asked to chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth,
okay,
for those responses.
Yeah.
Now, is Andam back? Andam Mohisi. Andam, are you there? No. What of Fere Mwangi? Okay, they are not there. Please let me remind the presenters that your presentation is incomplete without responding to the comments or to the queries and clarifications from the participants. So please don't present and then take off. It is incomplete.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt because I've seen that I got lost before I completed. And there was a question that I did not complete. Lemasulani.
Lemasulani, okay.
Yes, there was one question that I did not complete answering, and then there was challenge for the network.
Okay.
I got the network challenge, so let me respond to that. The question was KCP is done annually, and the boys circumcision done after 10 to 15 years span on generation basis. Kindly explain how study relate to this. Now I'm saying this one is related to the performance because there are those boys who are circumcised just before they take their exams, and these are the boys that go and take their exams after they have circumcised, they are circumcised, and they could not be able to get time to engage in the academic activities. Rather, they will be trying to struggle to balance the two, the new kind of life that has come into existence and the performance in terms of academics. So that is generally why we are saying that there's that relationship in terms of performance. Thank you. I think that was the question that I did not respond when the network actually lapsed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for that clarification. Now, is there anybody else with a question? Anybody else with any question on the two who are present? Okay, so then thank you, the four presenters, and thank you for those that have responded, to the questions asked, so that people can understand your interesting presentations, more. So then, thank you. The more the questions, then there are things that people want to understand and clarifications. And thank you very, very much for your responses. Okay, then we move to the next group of presenters, and I want to check whether they are there. Gechobi Peter Monene, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, madam.
Okay.
I'm there. Yes.
Okay, Sabina Moredi.
Professor, I'm around.
Good. Esther Tobiridu.
Oh my God.
I'm around.
Okay. Felicitas Musioka.
Yes, I'm around.
Good.
Sabina is around.
Okay, so then we start, the presentations and Gechobi Peter Monene.
Professor, I'm around. Professor.
Yes, Doc.
Say your name, Jennifer.
Jennifer, yes.
Jennifer who?
Makero.
Now, is she supposed to present today? Because I'm looking at today's.
I was before Kituya, madam.
Just a minute. You were before who?
11. I'm number 11, professor.
Okay. So you are ready to present?
Yes, I am.
Okay. That is Mosioka Kilonzi.
Jennifer Makero.
Just a minute, I check on the.
Yeah, Jennifer was left out. She was not there when you called her name.
Okay.
After Adam, it was Jennifer.
After Adam.
Yes, I get it now.
And then
get
we
it now. Okay, so Jennifer, you are ready? Okay.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, you can start.
My slides, please.
Just one.
Jennifer, there you go. You may start.
Yes, thank you very much. Professor, all the protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Makero. My supervisors are Professor Nefat Kaduri and Dr. Beatrice Owiti. My talk today is the case of finding the influence of employee work characteristics on teachers' discretionary work input. Next slide. Every organization requires employees who can voluntarily spend their time to achieve the set goals and improve organization outcomes. Discretionary work efforts refers to extra work effort applying to accomplish a task. It is also that voluntary work effort employees give without expecting rewards or recognition from their employers. While work characteristic is the autonomy, the independence, and the freedom to do what one does best under very minimal supervision. Work characteristic can also be the ability, the qualification, and the ability to teach effectively. It is also concerned with the master of the subjects, contents, feeling, and attitudes towards work. It determines how one employee behaves towards work and the relationship with other colleagues. The influence of global policies and current pedagogical strategies calls for teachers to conduct work characteristics that influences their discretionary work efforts, as well as minimizing behaviors that are not goal-oriented for survival of the school. Review duty indicates that the survival of every organization is dependent on employees' work characteristics. It is also evident that employees expend more work effort and adapt a positive work characteristic when the behavior is motivated. It has also been found that employees who work under motivation eventually tires out and goes back to their normal work characteristic when these motivations are exhausted or they become monotonous. According to Morris 2017, employees' work characteristic or work character is influenced by the level of motivation provided. On the same standing, it was noted that employees relapse back to their normal work characteristic when these motivations are withdrawn, hence affecting the degree of discretionary work effort expended. Factors that keep employees motivated to expend discretionary work effort without expecting reward or motivations are grounded in character and the work pattern of an individual. Next slide. Employees' willingness and commitment at work influences the ability to go an extra mile and give better school outcome. According to Obubeni, he argued that employees' work characteristics affected work description, outcome, and discretionary work effort. When we look at this globally, for example, in Africa, factors that influence employees' discretion, such as in service training, technology, and organization behavior, also influenced employees' work characteristics and affected their discretionary work effort. In Kenya, for example, it was noted that inadequate and ineffective on-job training affected employees' work characteristics and influenced their ability to expend discretionary work effort. That is Bloom 2017. Statement of the problem, please. It is the desire of every manager to have employees who are proactive and voluntarily expend their discretion towards the achievement of organization goals. Many managers require incentive to motivate work characteristics of their employees. This requires extra expenses to keep them motivated to expend their discretions and the legal goals within the minimum cost. Ability to identify how particular work characteristic influences tasks and contextual performance, and the ability to make discretion is paramount for performing organizations today. Despite many strategies put in place to ensure employees' work efforts and motivate their work behavior, from-based result Isiolo County continues to record poor and unexpected school outcome. Next. The literature or the breadth of literature on academic sector prompted this study to identify the influence of individual work characteristics of teachers on discretionary work effort in public secondary schools in Isiolo County. The literature. Work characteristics reflects the autonomy, the independence of an employee to do what they can do best. It is the willingness and the ability to implement school policies and institutional requirements. Work characteristic refers to ability to teach effectively, job qualifications, and the master of subject content. Next. Work characteristic also applies to feelings and the attitude towards work and how co-workers relate to one another in the process of implementing organization goals. Global findings indicate environmental factors should provide stimulus situations that enables employees to experience psychological and emotional motivation to give more work effort at workplace. Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory was adopted for this study. The theory helps to visualize human motivation and development. It focuses on self-motivation to achieve better results. That is material and results. The study was conducted in all public secondary schools in Isiolo County on a study population of 770 individuals. Through random sampling, a sample of 326 individuals was realized. The reliability of the study study construct was tested using Cronbach alpha. The value greater than 0.7 was achieved, hence making the tools dependable. Descriptive survey research design was applied. Questionnaires and interview schedules were used to collect data from principals, teachers, and directors respectively. Piloting was conducted in the neighboring county. Result and discussion. An average response rate of 98.3% was achieved. The study noted that 75% of the respondents were male and 12% were female. On the education level, all participants and the required qualifications to teach in secondary schools in Kenya. Testing, teaching experience. It was realized that the majority of the participants had a teaching experience of 4 to 6 years, that is 62%, and the least had 1 to 3 years, that is 4.31%. Teacher work characteristic was measured under 7 sentiments. The outcomes show that work characteristic was influenced by their inability to learn from others at 94.9%. The least being optimist was pursuing new approaches at 71.8%. All the aspects, however, show a positive response rate of all the sentiments at 84.7% overall. Findings. Analysis show that poor mastery of subject content affected employees' work behavior, influencing their ability to expend discretionary work effort. This concurs with the Blackman 2018. Work characteristic and discretionary work effort is also influenced by parental involvement and leadership characteristics practice. The findings kindly are discussed in the table below. And on the discussions, the response stated that 94% of learning from others influenced their ability to expend their discretionary work effort. The inability to apply different strategies also affected their work discretions at 88.4%. The least being pursuing new approaches at 0.78% also influenced their discretionary work effort. Conclusion. The findings concluded that work characteristics and a significant influence on discretionary work effort of teachers in public secondary schools in Isiolo County. Recommendation. An emphasis on professional commitment to motivate individual work effort is paramount. teachers to adapt current pedagogies to enhance mastery of content delivery, which motivates teachers to spend more work effort. That is the end of the definition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for that presentation. I put questions on the chat for her to respond to later on. And now we go to Gechobi Peter Monene. Are you ready? Gechobi?
I'm ready.
Okay, can you put your slides on?
Can you hear me, madam? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can I go straight? Thank you very much, Prof. My topic was influence of participatory management on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County, Kenya. My supervisors are Dr. Severina Murichia and Dr. Lucy Ikiara. Let me go straight to introduction. Participatory management entails the comprehensive consultative approach of engaging and involving school stakeholders in decision-making. Such involvement should be aimed at minimizing barriers, promoting inclusivity in schools management towards improving school systems and learning environment. School management practices should be aimed at strengthening the rights of children to receive quality education by upholding the principle of child-friendly schools framework developed by UNICEF and adopted by countries across the world. The child-friendly schools framework advances 5 principles which include the following. Number 1, universal education, academically effective and relevant, health, safety and protection of the child, where children can access clean drinking water, sanitation and hygiene, gender responsiveness, and lastly, community support and involvement. Essentially, the framework advocates for partnership and involvement between schools, parents, and communities. Despite various policies and programs being developed and implemented, both at the global and national levels, guaranteeing protection and observing rights of children as to date maintain a serious challenge. Children still continue to experience numerous forms of abuse, neglect, punishment, inequalities, and various forms of ill treatment within school environments. That's by Thomas at 2018. There seems to be disharmony between school management and stakeholders, which may have contributed to poor quality of education in Meru County and lack of regular maintenance of school infrastructure. That's by Gidai 2018. There was need to find out whether schools were offering strategic leadership towards the realization of child-friendly model in Meru. Objective of the study. The objective of the study was to establish the influence of participatory management on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County. Research hypothesis. Participatory management has no statistically significant influence on promotion of child-friendly schools model in public primary schools in Meru County. Materials and methods. The first one is research design. Correlational research design was with mixed method approach was used. A population of 6,815 individuals comprising of 5,500 teachers, 47 head teachers, and 647 boards of management representatives. Sample, These 78 participants selected through Sloffing's formula, which is outlined there. Theoretical framework. Transformational leadership theory by Barnes was used, and open systems theory by Cairns at Cairns, 1978. Instruments, we used questionnaires and interview guides. Data analysis techniques, descriptive statistics, that is frequency distribution and dispersion of variance. Differential statistics, that is simple linear regression. Qualitative analysis, that is thematic content analysis. Then we go to the results. The agreement levels of participatory management scores. We have shown the participatory management levels, and there is a frequency there and the percentage. In the first one, which is low, frequency was 92, that is at 1.9%. High was 196, that is 68.1%. Total, it was 288, totaling to 100%. Majority, that is 61.1%, reported high levels of agreement with regard to the influence of participatory management or the promotion of child-friendly schools model, compared to that 1.9%, that 1.9% who reported low levels of agreement. The test item on whether school management engage stakeholders in monitoring and evaluation of schools project to promote accountability had the highest mean score of 4.30. Standard deviation is equal to 0.68. The measure on whether regular consultation among schools leaders and stakeholders and helped improve safety and protection of learners received the lowest mean of 3.92. Let me go now straight. A positive but non-significant relationship was established between the scores of participatory management and promotion of child-friendly schools model. The null hypothesis that participatory management has no statistically significant influence on promotion of child-friendly schools model is not rejected. That means it still holds. That does not mean that no influence existed between participatory management and promotion of child-friendly schools, given that the results showed a positive, but not statistically significant relationship. The qualitative findings indicated that participatory of stakeholders in decision-making processes leads to decreased funding of school programs, resulting to improved quality of learning. Also, involvement of learners through students' council enhance a sense of belonging. Involvement of teachers in decision-making motivates them, resulting in greater organization commitment and the quality of instruction processes. In conclusion, it was concluded that participatory management played an essential role in promoting child-friendly schools model. It was also concluded that participatory management promoted a sense of belonging among learners, organizational commitment among teachers, and enhanced resource mobilization towards improved learning environment. It was concluded that participatory management and but significant influence on promotion of child-friendly school model. Recommendations. Number one, there is need for education managers to create more opportunities for structured consultations and engagements among the stakeholders at school level. Such consultations need to be guided by the emerging trends and the challenges faced by schools with regard to developing and maintaining a safe and positive learning environment. There is need for internal stakeholders to collaborate with external stakeholders by sharing important data on the areas of priority towards making schools safe and conducive learning environment. Similarly, studies have been carried out in other counties to establish the nature of relationship between the two variables. Thank you for listening to me. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Yes.
For that presentation.
Thank you.
Please, those with questions for Peter or comments, do put them on the chat, and make sure that Peter, you don't leave Jennifer and the others before you respond, to the questions.
I'll do that, madam.
Okay. We move to the next person, and that is Sabina Moredi. Sabina, good. You're ready to start. Sabina, are ready? I want to hear your voice. Sabina,
Okay.
Your slides are on. Okay.
Yes. I am Sabina Moredi from Kenya Methodist University.
Okay, you can.
Yes, I'm ready to present. My supervisors are Dr. Severina Muiresia and Professor Paul Gishogi. I want to present a paper on how utilization of argumentative and alternative assistive technologies affect the academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The next slide, please. The next slide. Hearing impairment refers to a temporal or permanent of partial. It can range from partial, moderate, severe, to conductive. That is hearing impairment in the outer and the middle ear. They can also be sensory neural, which happens in the inner ear, or a complete hearing loss that may or a complete hearing loss that may be in one ear, that or both ears, that result from malformation or malfunctioning of either the outer ear or the middle ear or the inner ear or the hearing center control in the brain. Argumentative and alternative assistive technologies are equipment and gadgets that facilitate, they compensate and enhance both communication and hearing abilities of persons with either temporal, permanent, or severe difficulties by using aiding devices and techniques. The next slide. Globally, studies indicate that learners with the hearing impairment have encountered challenges in academic achievement, even in the developed countries. Regionally, countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, Zambia, and South Africa have also reported poor academic performance of learners with hearing challenges. Now, to overcome this issue of poor performance, some countries like America, China, and Malaysia have taken measures like putting emphasis on inclusive education, establishing appropriate policy and regulatory frameworks, and adopting assistive technology devices in teaching and during examination. In Kenya, the government has established legislative framework, policies, and also they have provided physical resources. They have also hired instructors to support children's education with special needs. These measures are expected to support academic achievement of special needs learners, including those with hearing challenges. Although that is the case, the academic performance of in primary school for learners with hearing impairment has been poor. National examination. This trend of poor performance is denying the learners with hearing impairment opportunities for academic progression and also socioeconomic development. And this raises the question on the extent to which the argumentative alternative assistive technology devices are used in the classroom and during examination, hence the premise of this study. The purpose of this study was to assess the utilization of assistive technologies towards improving the academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The objective was to determine the effect of augmentative and alternative assistive technologies, devices, utilization on academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The hypothesis of the research was the utilization of augmentative and alternative assistive technology devices does not significantly affect the academic performance in primary school for learners with hearing challenges in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. The literature was reviewed and the following gaps were established. Gaps in academic performance. There is weak regulatory frameworks and gaps in policy. On the augmentative and alternative assistive technologies, there is lack of means assessment of learners' conditions, weak funding policy for acquiring requisite assistive devices, and lack of guidelines on utilization of augmentative and alternative assistive technologies in class and outside class. This study was informed by or rather used the capability theory by Amartya of 1980, which was improved by Tobosco in 2011. The theory argues that individual learners' ability and sense functioning techniques like hearing could be boosted with the application of information and communication technology. The same theory helped to expand the knowledge and understanding of augmentative and alternative assistive technology devices in enhancing the learners' engagement and involvement, which then helped them to achieve the desired academic outcome. The study was carried out in Meru and Tharaka Nithi counties. Descriptive survey research design was used. The target population was 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment. The sample size included 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment, 3 head teachers, 13 teachers, 9 non-teaching staff, 91 learners with hearing impairment, and 2 county directors of education. Purposive sampling technique was used to sample the county directors of education and the head teachers. Simple random sampling technique was used to sample learners, teaching and non-teaching staff. On instruments, questionnaires were used to solicit information from the learners. The interview was used to get information from the directors of education and the head teachers. Focus group discussion was used to get information from the teaching and non-teaching staff. Then there was document analysis. SPSS software was used to analyze quantitative data. Descriptive statistics were computed and presented in form of frequencies, percentages, and means. Inferential statistics were applied, and that is correlation analysis and multiple linear regression analysis was used. The results. The 3 primary schools, you can see the results for the last 6 years. They have been performing below average, that is below 250 marks in the national examination. The 3 primary schools for learners with hearing impairment have been performing poorly in national examination for the last 6 years. And when contacted for solutions, the head teachers emphasized the need for the government to provide funds in the schools for hearing impairment so that they can acquire assistive technology devices and also pay the non-teaching staff. One of the head teachers lamented, I have 16 non-teaching staff, how do I pay them? The county directors of education also echoed the issue of funding and understood the need for better remuneration for teachers and non-teaching staff who deal with special needs learners. Results on argumentative and alternative assistive technology. There were few argumentative and alternative assistive technology devices which were poorly maintained and limited in varieties across the 3 primary schools. The utilization of the few that were available. What has happened?
Are you having difficulties, Sabina?
Just a moment, Prof.
Okay.
Yes, I'm back. Okay. I was on the point that there were few argumentative and alternative assistive technology devices that were poorly maintained and limited in varieties across the 3 primary schools. The utilization of the few that were available was also curtailed by lack of specialized skills among teachers and learners.
Maybe you can summarize.
Yes, I'm going to summarize.
Yes,
okay. Then some of the critical skills that were required for these operating these technology devices included simple repair and maintenance, skill to carry out to operate and fit the technological devices, for example, the audiometer, computer literacy skills to assess the knowledge level of every child, sign language skill, digital literacy skills, knowledge to measure the hearing loss, and also to assess the safety of devices and the communication. The academic performance in the 3 primary schools, in conclusion, was poor, and this is an issue of concern that need to be addressed. The argumentative and alternative assistive technology devices were inadequate. They lacked varieties, they were poorly maintained, learners lacked skills for using them, and also the school lacked sufficient support from the government, all that. affecting the academic performance. The findings also indicate non-utilization of these argumentative and alternative assistive devices across the 3 primary schools. This was affecting the learners' level of participation in class and the learners' level of understanding of the content taught, hence the poor performance. Then recommendation. This study recommended the Ministry of Education to purchase the requisite argumentative and alternative assistive technology devices for all the primary schools, with the learners who have hearing challenges, and also allocate funds which the schools can utilize to maintain the same. The findings also uphold the philosophical argument of the theory that was used, that is the capability theory, that the academic performance of learners with hearing impairment can be improved by proper utilization of the argumentative and alternative assistive technology devices. The results imply the need to revise policy, curriculum changes, training, recruitment, and teaching pedagogy practices in schools for learners with hearing challenges in Kenya. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabina, for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. And those with comments for Sabina, please do post them on the chat. And the next person is Esther Tobiridu. Esther Tobiridu, you are there?
Yes, I'm there.
Good. Can you put up your slides? Good, they are there and timely. So Esther, you can start.
I think you can see the screen.
Yes, yes, we can see the screen and we can hear you.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can start.
Thank you. My name is Esther Karion Tobiridu, and my supervisors are Professor Nefa Turi and Dr. Severina Mwirichia. I'm sorry. Yes, abstract. The purpose of the study was to determine curriculum influence in teaching and learning management for learners, for pupils with intellectual disability. The objective of the study was to determine curriculum influence in teaching and learning management of education for pupils with intellectual disabilities in special schools in Meru County. And the target population was 4 special schools, 479 pupils, 32 teachers, 387 parents, 16 sub-county directors, both from TSC and the ministry, which we end a total of 916. The sample was 145 pupils, 10 teachers, 117 parents, 6 sub-county directors, both from education and TSC, which had a total of 278. The purpose, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. There is a technical problem.
We are presenting for you the slides. Just go ahead. We are on the introduction page.
I'm on an introduction. I'm sorry for that. Now, for the introduction, the curriculum is made up of all the learning experiences that the school has planned for, promoted as part of its program to promote the school educational goals and objectives for students. Learning cannot understand the different needs of students due to the inflexible curriculum. And when students are unable to access the content, they experience learning breakdown. To effectively facilitate curriculum implementation, there is need, one, for the teaching styles, the content, classroom organization, management mode of assessment, and also the teaching learning materials. But sometimes when education may not follow the above components adequately, resulting in the underdevelopment of intellectual and emotional capacities of pupils with intellectual disability. Now in Kenya, the old system, that is 7423 curricula, did not include intellectually disabled pupils' needs. According to COEG, the curriculum was ineffective because it failed to cover specific areas that would meet the needs of learners for lifelong education. The CBC are somehow considered pupils with intellectual disability. This is implemented by introducing different curriculum designs in which special needs pupils, specifically those with intellectual disability, use stage-based curriculum, and those without disabilities use age-based curriculum. Statement of the problem: the influence of curriculum on teaching and learning management, on education for pupils with intellectual disabilities in special schools in Meru County, Kenya. Significance of the problem: the study results will give helpful data on which significant decisions about curriculum reforms implementation can be made. Development of curriculum for pupils with intellectual disability by curriculum developers and policymakers. The heads of institution and the board of management will use the research results as references while implementing curriculum in their institutions. Now, for the methodology, the study methodology used ensured that the study was well structured and carried out from start to finish. The methodology covered the study location and research design, and also covered during the study were target population, which was 4 special schools, 479 pupils, 332 teachers, 387 parents, and 16 sub-county directors, both TSC and ministry, which had a total of 916. For the sample, I had 143 pupils, 145 pupils, 10 teachers, 117 parents, 6 sub-county directors, both from ministry and TSC, and the total was 278. The sample size was proportionally and randomly selected from Meru County, targeting only 4 special schools for pupils with intellectual disability. Now, the study was guided by a contingency theory that claims that there is no best way to organize a corporation, to lead a company, or to make decisions. Questionnaires, interview schedules, observation schedules, checklists, and focus discussion schedules were used to gather data, which was analyzed using both qualitative and quantitative methods. The instruments were evaluated before use through pre-testing to ensure they met the appropriate levels of validity and reliability, and the data was analyzed using descriptive statistics such as percentages and inferential statistics such as correlation coefficients. Now, the results were presented using tables and narratives from respondents. Now, the objective sought, that is the findings of the study, the objective sought to investigate the extent to which curriculum content and the implementation influence the teaching and learning management on education for pupils with intellectual disability in special schools, Meru County. Now, there were questions which were asked, and one of the questions was about the education system in Kenya, which is planned as a program for all pupils. Should it be used for all pupils? And the results, they are the respondents, the end two categories.
Excuse me, Esther.
Yes.
Esther.
Yes.
Please don't read everyone. Just summarize. You can use your words, to summarize.
Okay,
so that you move faster, because your time is over.
Okay,
and we're still very far. And I'll give you another 2 minutes to summarize.
Okay. Now the questions which were given, which were asked, they indicate the findings were in agreement with the researcher, and the research, I'm looking for the other slide. I made a mess. So now for the questions, I'm using my hard copy. One of the questions looked at the teaching methods. Yeah, this one, whereby we had the very, very large number of teachers agreed that they used grouping the method. There is also another few who agreed they used task analysis. And in conclusion, all teachers agreed that they used special groupings. And then the others didn't agree on it. On table 2, the use of recommended instruments, instructional method, and they agreed that they were prepared. I'm sorry, this. Now, a recommendation, please. Yes, for the recommendation. Yeah, summary and conclusion. The use of recommended instrument methods, instructional methods, influence academic achievement of pupils with intellectual disabilities. This was evident by majority of teachers who were 100%, minority, the others were 59%, those ones who used cooperative learning. Okay. Thank you for assisting me. Thank you very much, Madam, for assisting me. I made a mess on the device. Thank you very much.
Okay, Esther. Thank you for your presentation.
And I apologize for that mess.
It's all right.
Okay.
So then we'll have 2 more people present after this. So then we'll break for question answer session, and then we can have the last 2 presenters. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the chat, and the presenters are supposed to check the questions that relate to their presentation and answer or respond. We start with Jennifer Dharaka. Jennifer Dharaka, are there any questions that relate to your presentation?
No, I've not seen any question, Madam Professor.
Okay. Now, there's a question for Munene. Munene, are you there?
I am not.
Please, participants, ask questions to the presenters. Munene, I can see you have a question there. Munene, are you there? Munene, Yechobi Peter, he is not there. And I request that the presenters don't leave until they respond. Okay, we move to the next. We'll check whether he's back by the time the next one, that is Sabina. Can you respond to the
Yes,
question?
from here. Yes, I have some questions here. There is one from Dr. Rosemary Grambia. That is, she talks of the analyzed results or the findings as per the cited methods. I had not indicated that. I think it was an oversight, but the argumentative and alternative assistive technology was my objective number 2, and this one, when it was analyzed, it failed. The hypothesis failed to reject. It failed to reject the null hypothesis because p-value was greater than 0.05. But when they were combined, objective 1 and 2, the results were statistically significant in influencing the academic performance for these learners with hearing impairment. Then there is another question from Dr. Mushiri. What is the take home from this study? The take home is that the stakeholders involved, as far as this education for learners with special needs, in this case, learners with hearing impairment, they need to address the issue of assistive technology, and that is now, trying to put in place these assistive technologies in schools by providing funds and other recommendations that are given That is the take home. Somebody, Professor Wanja is asking, what is the new knowledge from the study? The new knowledge from this study is that learners with hearing impairments can be assisted. They can be at par as the others if they are provided with this assistive technology, especially the argumentative and alternative assistive technology. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Sabina, for those responses. Is there anybody else with a question for the presenters?
Jennifer can respond. There's a question on the chat.
Jennifer, please do respond.
Okay. Okay, the question is that which work characteristic in the study finds to be most effective? According to my findings, the most appropriate work characteristic that should be applied by all the workers is the mastery of the subject content and the involvement with other co-workers. That ranges from 94.3% to 81.5%. Thank you.
Okay. Another question?
Yes, I can ask Sabina another question. Am I allowed?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Sabina, I want to be sure that you are not telling the Kenyan government to start a project that they have not done proper background. You said that they should buy equipment and supply for all the schools that require this assisted technology. And I wanted to know, what is the proportion of learners who require this technology in the country? And what is also the levels of provisions that have already been made within the current existing structures? Is it an issue of lack of supply or support, or is it an issue of lack of learning? Because you seem to say in some cases the learners may themselves have hardships or difficulties in utilizing what is already in existence. So to what extent is it that it is a gap because the government has not supported the program? And to what extent is it a gap because the individuals who need to use these technologies are not well versed in their utilization?
It is true, it is a combination of both. We have...
Yes, you are muted. I see you are talking, but we can't hear a word from your mouth.
Okay, can you hear now, Daktari?
Yes, now we can hear.
Okay, I am saying it is a combination of both. I said in the study that there are few of these assistive technology, and even the few are not well utilized because of lack of certain skills that I've mentioned. And then also there is poor maintenance of the same. So in the entire study, I've recommended even about training of the support staff and even the teachers. So it is about lack of variety, about of inadequate, and about also lack of support.
My challenge with that answer is that you need to support it with the data. The field study must indicate that so many did not have the training and so many had training. And then you tell us these who had training, we can see how well they were performing. Those who were not training, we can see how difficult they were finding it. So that then that argument becomes scientific, because it is true. You can always think that if you don't have sufficient training, you'll not be able to use resources. But I want the data to back up that conversation.
I have some data. I have some data in my study about the training of the teachers of the schools that I took the study, the 3 primary schools that I took the study. I have the data of their training, and also the experience. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So Esther Cario, you have there's a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. I can see the question here about what type of curriculum which is appropriate for learners with special needs. According to the CBC, this time they have introduced stage-based curriculum, whereby that one is purposely for learners with special needs. For the other regular learners, they use age-based, where they look at the age, but for special, we are looking at the mental age, not the chronological age.
Thank you for that clarification, Esther, and thank you everybody else, for the good responses to those questions. Okay, there's no other question. We now move to the last 2 presenters, and that will be Felicitas Musyoka and Rael Kanga. Felicitas Musyoka and Rael Kanga. Felicitas Musyoka, you are there?
Yes, I'm there.
Good, good. So then you can have your slides, and you have 12 minutes. So then budget on your time.
Okay, thank you. My presentation is in the healthcare system, and it's mainly to strengthen the healthcare system. It's a systematic review on the influence of bystander on pre-hospital emergency care response time. The researcher is me, the Felicitas, and I have co-researchers who are stated there. Kindly next slide. We all know most of the time emergencies happen outside the healthcare setting or outside the hospitals. And they need to reach hospital in a way that the healthcare systems put in place so that the emergency patients, casualties be attended. Those happen outside the hospital. And actually, this is the systematic review that is looking at that. A study by Science 2015 states emergency medical treatment is a subset of universal health coverage that is pioneered by WHO. And this system and medical research programs looks at keenly on such issues. And the performance of the medical emergency medical systems, it is incorporated by putting together different systems that includes the healthcare facilities, both private and public, including even the training institutions and professionals, and also transport networks. That is a study which was done in 2021. Also now we say that to be effective, the emergency medical system needs integration, and also it requires timely service delivery and also minimal chances so that they can reduce to have minimal chances of morbidity and mortality. Implementation of timely emergency care services can address 45% of 45% of deaths, and that 6% of disability. That's a study which was done in 2016. Next slide, kindly. When we are talking about the emergency care system, we have a framework from the WHO, which looks at which requires the countries and even policy makers to be able to implement this emergency care system. And the key components in this emergency care system, it is where the scene is, where the emergencies are occurring. And I've said most of them occur outside the hospitals. It could be even in the streets. It could be even from home. It can be where emergencies can occur. Sometimes they occur within the hospital, but majority comes from outside. And that is where we are talking about bystander. And bystander is any person who witnesses an emergency occurring, and that person is able to activate the emergency care system by reporting or calling an emergency number for that casualty to be helped. So the key component here is the bystander. And then we have the dispatcher, who is supposed to be in a central coordination place. That is an emergency operations center where the calls reach, so that now there could be activation of the dispatch of the emergency ambulances with the medical personnel to go on the scene where it has occurred and be able to care and provide care to the patient, and then stabilize and then refer the patient to the hospital. You can see an ambulance which is taking the patient to the hospital. When the healthcare provider reaches the hospital, hands over the patient to the care provider in the healthcare setting. And now that is what we talk and say, that is what the pre-hospital emergency care requires. Next slide. In the introduction, WHO considers bystander as a key activator of the pre-hospital emergency care services. So the bystander is required to call when an emergency has occurred, and call and reaches the emergency operations center, so that an ambulance can be released to come and be able to answer to that call, and by addressing to the issues of the patient. The presentation has dropped out kindly. Somebody was projecting for me.
Yes, we are doing it. 1 second.
Okay.
Somebody interrupted. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, we got to the next presentation. Yes. Yes, there. So we are talking about bystander is supposed to have a knowledge and of the emergency numbers. He's supposed to have some skills also to understand this is an emergency which needs help, or this person can call urgently for an emergency for the emergency services to be able to address to the issues of the patient that is having. So of the much interest is to know that a bystander can be able to call immediately and reach the emergency operations center within a very short time. So pre-hospital emergency care providers' performance is evaluated by how faster the person has been able to reach the emergency center for response to that emergency case which is calling. Many studies have shown that short notification and activation and provider intervals are associated with high probability of survival to hospital distance. So how faster a bystander is calling an emergency operations center for response for that patient to be able to be addressed and picked by the emergency care services also looks at how fast the outcome of the patient when the patient is in the hospital. A study by Siriku or 2022 states that in time, more significant is improving on survival outcome considering that parts like regional variability also come to play. That's a study collectively by those people that indicated that about there is a lack of data on which interval is able to tell us the interval that the patient calls. For example, when it's notification interval, how long does the bystander take to call the emergency operation center? How long does the emergency operation center take to be able to dispatch the emergency ambulance services? How long does the ambulance take to reach where the patient is? And how long does the care providers with the ambulance take to be able to stabilize the patient and take the patient to the hospital? Once the patient arrives into the hospital, how long does it take for the adding over to the patient to the next care? So those are the intervals we are speaking about, and how shorter it is, it addresses the outcome of the patient. Next slide, kindly. So the objective of this review was looking at to address gaps in knowledge on the roles and the influence of bystander on pre-hospital emergency care response time. The methods which were used, this review included available full text articles published in 2002. And these are the areas where they look at the website, Science, PubMed, Science Direct, and Google Scholar databases. There are two preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis guideline was used.
Excuse me, Farisa.
Yes, yes.
You have 3 minutes. Can you move faster?
Okay. So bystander was defined as a person who witnesses and identify a casualty. Pre-hospital emergency care response time was defined as relating to the notification, activation, provider response, intervals, and handover interval. Kindly, next slide. So in the initial literature search was yielded to 552 studies, and these studies were based on the inclusion criteria. Then 506 were omitted from the analysis based on the exclusion criteria, remaining with 4060 studies as selected and as shown there in the chart. Kindly next. So the results, there were 13 cross-sectional studies, 7 cohort studies, 4 prospective, 12 retrospective studies, 6 observational, 2 descriptive, 1 secondary analysis, and 1 simulation study. So the studies on pre-hospital emergency care and attributed outcomes were mainly 91.3%. The majority of studies were conducted in regions outside Africa, with a single study reported in Uganda. So bystander, 87% of the output exhibited combined activity of the bystander, that is calling, activating the emergency medical system, and performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, while 13 studies only focused on the purpose of the bystander of activating the emergency medical services. 83.3% studies highlighted association between pre-hospital emergency care and high survival rates. Immediate bystander, the results, I said immediate bystander caller was defined as an independent predictor of survival. Emergency response time. Studies reported varied pre-hospital emergency response time according to their regions and where they are. And some reported a shorter response time, others reported a longer response time, but none of the studies documented handover interval time. Next. Bystander and in bystander and emergency response time, bystander activated emergency services in all the studies. and bystanders significantly reduced pre-hospital emergency care response time in 26% of the studies. So according to their notification and notification interval and the response time, none of the studies showed notification interval took how long, or the activation interval took on, but they showed combined, they were all combined. Next. So everyone one of the results showed that in every 1 minute of added ambulance response time, the odds of shockable presenting rhythm declined by 8%. So
time is up.
Yeah, okay. Kindly add me 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, granted.
Next slide. Yeah, in conclusion, besides provision of first aid, there is evidence that emergency response time is one of the key determinants of mobility and mortality among casualties. Immediate bystander caller is defined as a key independent predator for survival due to ability to activate the emergency medical services and reduce pre-hospital emergency response time. So the others are displayed there, but I could say emergency response time and attributable outcomes is a field in either and is understudied or underpublished in Africa. Next slide. So it would appear that bystander empowerment through education for immediate activation of pre-hospital emergency care services is one of the least explored areas in previous research, making it an interesting subject for future studies. Okay, next, recommendations. Findings from this study are significant in that they point to ways of strengthening the current pre-hospital emergency care systems. Therefore, there is significant potential for additional research on bystander interventions that enhance immediate activation of pre-hospital emergency care ambulance services and expand emergency medical system utilization globally. Thank you so much. And that's, I think, the end of my presentation. So some of the references. Thank you so much for having me sometime.
Okay, Feristas. Can put up, thank you for the presentation. And participants, the attendees of the conference can put up some questions for Feristas. Okay, then the last presenter is Rael Kanga. Rael, you are there?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Okay, then you can start and you have 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I start with, my name is Rael Kinyakanga. I'm a student at KEM University under the supervision of Dr. Sabrina Muresia and Dr. Charles Kanyi. Next, please. Are we communicating? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, my topic is on effect of security personnel in provision of protection in schools in county, Kenya. Introduction. Provision of quality education requires a multidimensional approach incorporating other players in the subsector, including security personnel. Security in secondary schools is a global concern, as also stated by UNICEF 2010, and the quality education refers now, in this case, to learning in which knowledge, skills, habits of a group of people are transferred from one generation to the next through teaching, training, research, as expected by the society. In order to achieve quality education, a safe and secure environment is required. Next, please. The statement of the problem. Teachers and trainers have a responsibility of imparting knowledge, skills, and competences to the learners. But the role of ensuring that the success of this exercise depend on the safety and the security of the particular institution where that learning and teaching is taking place. Provision of quality education has really been affected adversely, especially in the last 5 years, where there has been cases of unrest in schools, smuggling of drugs, students being under serious indiscipline issues, and the fear of insecurity, which has been affecting the learning outcomes. The problem, therefore, is assessment of the effect of security personnel in providing quality education in public secondary schools in Embu County. Next, please. The objective of this study was to examine specific duties performed by security personnel in provision of quality education in Embu County. And the significance of the study was that the findings would inform the county and the national government on the formulation of policies to deploy security personnel on appropriate job to ensure optimal utilization of this cadre, and also inform the management administrators on the importance of the other roles that this cadre can play in the schools. Literature review. The study was guided by contingency theory by Gareth Morgan, 1980, and institutional theory by May and Rowan, 1977. The contingency theory contends that in order for firms to be effective, human resource management functions must fit with the organization, that is, the external and the internal fits should be in harmony. The same way, in the institutional theory, it contends that the environment inside the organization has a direct impact on the formal organization structures and the structure development. Therefore, the elements such as symbols, the culture, the beliefs shape the institution of that learning institution. There is much that has been done by other scholars, and for this reason, in the interest of time, the reviewed literature was geared towards identifying gaps left out by other scholars, and the existing literature was connected to the study. Next, please. Methodology. The study employed descriptive survey design since it allowed the researcher to analyze the whole population using a sample as a representation, as agreed by Sliwe, 2019, and others. The target population comprised of 165 principals, 165 students, representatives, and 431 security personnel in all the schools that had been targeted. And since every school and one principal, all the principals were targeted. A sample size of 20% was used for population above 50 characters, as proposed by CAN 2020. The study also drew a sample of 30% from any category with the population above 10, but not exceeding 50 characters. However, since there are only 2 national schools, census was used. The study point is ratified and purposive sampling technique, where all schools were classified according to their categories, that is the national schools, extra county, county, and sub-county school, where sub-county are both mixed boys and girls. For school participants, principals, data collection was done by use of in-depth interviews, while for students and security personnel, questionnaires were used. The researcher also did the observation and made some conclusions. Data was entered into the computer using Stata version, that is the software of version 17, and the generated results were presented using narrative tables, percents, and other findings. The respondents were the principals in the first category of all the schools, where the 43% was male and the female 46%, and it's only less than one, less than those who had stayed in the institution for less than 1 year were 25%, while those who had stayed for around 5 years were the majority with 53%. Majority of the school respondents were from some county schools, where 77.6% responded. On the terms and the conditions of employment of the security personnel, all the principals agreed that security personnel were not employed by the government, but by the board of management, and they were expected to multitask, and their terms and conditions of service were not clear, and they were not the same in all the categories of schools. Next, please. The students also responded from various categories of schools, but in this case, boys were 50.7%, while girls were 49.2%. Form ones were not interviewed because, as I said, the method that was used, they were not interacted much with the security personnel. But in this case, it was found that 64% of the Form 4s responded, and 29.74 were Form 3s, and Form 2s were 6.12. Now, the response rate out of all that was 92% from the principals, 86% from the students, and 88% from the support staff. Areas that were examined on the other duties that the security personnel performed, as in Table 3, were on guidance and counseling and environmental management. In the guidance and the counseling, the respondents responded in the areas of minimizing emotional and psychological trauma among students with special needs, helping students to develop knowledge, skills, and sound moral values, helping students in growing up into self-reliant individuals, and helping students to shy off from drugs and substance abuse. Next, please. From the findings from the table above, 90% of the principals and students strongly agreed that the security officers help in minimizing emotional and psychological trauma among the students, while 100% of the security personnel affirm that they do safe exercise. This agrees with Unison 2020, who argue that the support staff in institutions have an impact on learners' activities, including their psychosocial aspects. 30% of the security personnel disagreed that they impart knowledge, skills, and sound moral, but 60% of the students, and 80% of the 60% of the principals, and 80% of the students agree that the security personnel are vital in performing such a role. On the question of whether security personnel play the role of helping students in growing up into self-reliant individuals, it was found that 80% of principals and students strongly agreed, while 76% of security personnel also consented. About 80% of all the respondents strongly agreed that security personnel play a role of ensuring and helping students to shy away from drugs and substance abuse. This is in agreement with the request and the recommendation that had been done by the Minister of Education in a circular in the year 2021. Next, please. Next, please. Now, there was also the students' response on the effect of security personnel, their participation in environmental management on the provision of quality education. 74% of the students said they were involved, and 65% strongly agreeing that the security personnel were involved in inculcating in learners values for good health. 75% also strongly agreed that creating and maintaining safe and secure environment that facilitates and enhances quality teaching and learning processes was an activity done by the security personnel. And in improvement of standards of health and hygiene in school, 85% of the students agreed. Only 15%. Yes. Next slide.
Excuse me, your time is over. I'll give you another 1 minute to
next slide.
Summarize.
Yes, next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. In their findings, just as I've mentioned earlier, it is clear that the security personnel really do a duty of improvement or improving the standards of health and hygiene in schools, among other duties. Most of the security personnel are not trained, and the majority are old men laboring the schools, except for national schools and extra county, where they employ the farms. And there is no clear policy regarding the welfare of the security personnel in schools, especially in terms of conditions of employment and the training and their remuneration. Next, please. Next. I conclude. Next, please. In conclusion, from the findings, it was concluded that the members of security personnel are not employed by the government. Thus, their training and remuneration depend on the board of management, and their duties are not defined. Therefore, the security personnel directly and indirectly also play other roles to impact the provision of quality education. And in the view of the above, the effect of security personnel in the provision of quality education in public schools cannot be underrated. Recommendations. Next slide. In view of the above, it is suggested that the government should formulate and review policies to deploy security personnel of appropriate job, ensure optimal utilization of that conduct. Security personnel should be trained on relevant knowledge and skills in order to handle sophisticated, dynamic, and digital fields related to security. Duties to the security personnel should be clearly defined. Accountability, school administration and management should involve the security personnel on specific areas of concern, and further research should be conducted in other education institutions. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ryan Kanga, for your presentation. Now, we check on the chat to see whether there are any comments, questions for the two last presenters. That is the Festus, the Musyoka, and the Ryan Kanga. And the last time I checked, I didn't see any questions to them. Okay, then on the floor, is there anybody who has a question to the two, presenters? Anybody with a question?
Yes, we have several questions from one for Felicitas and another one for Kanga. Dr. Mushiri is here.
Thank you very much, presenters. We are happy that we are running a little more every time we listen, which is a good thing. Chair, can I go?
Yes, go, Director.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair, I want to ask a question to Felicitas. She talked about bystanders I think it's okay. Yes. Are you hearing me, Felicitas?
We can
yes, I am.
I'm asking this question about bystanders, and I was wondering, is it the same meaning as the English terminology, or is it a different meaning in this particular case? And if the answer to the first question is yes, then I wondered, do we need to have a curriculum for bystanders? Because if it is the English meaning is somebody who was at the site at the point of say an accident, and therefore needs to know what to do. Do we need to calculate this into our curriculum so that everybody is aware, everybody is alert on how they should behave and how they should react? That's part one. Part B is it an issue of lack of knowledge, or is it an issue of limited resources to really doing the right thing? I think that I would be really happy to hear. I think the other person is Lyle, and I want to finish my question so that they can respond both. Lyle, I have read your topic, or I have seen the statement that talking about security, personnel, their engagement and in environment, and the end result is quality education. And I probably got lost a little bit. I don't know how you link all those items: the security, personnel, the environmental management, and the quality education. How related?
Yes, can I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. One is about the question asking about is it a curriculum required for training? Yes, I'm saying, when I'm talking about bystander in this now particular study, we am referring that a bystander is anyone who witnesses an emergency and is able to identify this is a real emergency that needs a very urgent help, or this is an emergency which needs to be stabilized, or somebody just to be released to go home or to go to an hospital. A bystander is anybody who in the public who is witnesses an emergency. So it means we need knowledge. For example, it could be a healthcare provider walking, going home, or in the field and is found. That one is asked the knowledge to be able to respond. It could be even you, Daktari, and then now you are found by that an emergency. Do you have what it takes? Do you have the knowledge? Do you know which number to call for help? Now, that is what we are saying, a bystander. It requires that knowledge, and that is what now the studies need to come out with a curriculum that now a basic curriculum to be able to give information to the public so that they are able to give help when emergencies occur, so that we do not lose many people, lose lives when we can be able to help. The other one is, are we lacking knowledge? Yes, we are, because sometimes you can even do, and you can even ask some, if you get an emergency or you find an emergency, do you have the number that you can be able to call for help? Most of the people do not have. So we look forward, we are able to give knowledge to our public so they can even save the emergency number in their phones, the way they have saved the other numbers, and be able to call for help when they get an emergency. I hope made it a bit careful.
Can I add something, Chair? Can I add something, Chair?
Yes.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to add a bit of information now that Felista has also mentioned me as part of the presenters. I think Dr. Mushiri, during our days, we had agencies like Red Cross, that is the Kenya Red Cross, or rather Red Crescent, depending on which religion you profess. And then there is St. John's Ambulance. So far, I think Red Cross have transformed themselves into a humanitarian agency, now running multiple programs beyond first aid. But 20 years back, there were first aid trainings and they had levels, level 1, 2, and 3. And I think level 1 was the most basic. And one of the first things they used to introduce people to was their role of bystanders. I think they have abandoned that course. Although in some other institutions, I know in School of Medicine, we have programs that have a basic life support course. Not unless now you're thinking of introducing these in high school so that everybody grows up knowing or having first aid skills, which I believe could be, or already, if it is not yet, it should be part of the curriculum. But since this conference is predominantly full of teachers, they can also give us details of how the curriculum are in schools. Thank you, Chair. Over and out.
Yeah, so I think Feristas, you need to really tell us. For example, in the days past, there used to be people who used to go through the National Youth Service before they went to the university. Obviously, it turned out that they learned more how to throw stones than how to deal with some of the issues. So the government thought that's not a good idea. But so how can we concretize? How can we make these ideas concrete? And like Dr. Mapesa says, there used to be kind of institutions that would provide that original service. They were friendly, they were easy to call. Now, even if I get stabbed, God forbid, and I call police, they don't turn up. So, and that's really an emergency in itself, but nobody turns up. And so we seem to have a gap, and maybe some part of it may be value-based, some of it may be, resources, and maybe some of it may be just lack of knowledge. So I think, whereas you may not address all these questions today, you may want to tell, because like you say, the emergency numbers, how easy are they? Where are they really? Because that's a question that people will ask you. Where are these numbers that you tell us we should be saving? So who really must bring this information to the individuals who need to know it?
Yeah, the healthcare systems needs, and the government needs to take lead, because when the private agencies come and they reach somewhere, they do not have resources, not even offer this service free of charge as it used to be in the past. But now, when the government takes leads, there is a way the system, and I displayed the framework for the WHO, the way it should be for the policy makers to be able to implement it and make sure that in their country we have an emergency number that the public is able to reach when there is an emergency. So we need to strengthen our healthcare system in that, and the healthcare system is supposed to take lead in this.
Okay,
hello, Dr. Mushiri.
Yeah, thank you. We can go on with the program. I mean, this is not a discussion you can edit today.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Is there any other question on the chat? Okay,
I think Chair Riley is having a problem with her computer. She may not be on.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, yes.
Okay, is there a question you have not responded to?
My computer hanged, that's why I was slightly out. Now I'm checking, I'm just checking. Yes.
Dr. Mushiri can ask the question again to Ryle.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Lyle, I thought you had the question, but I can come back again and ask.
Yes.
You're talking about security personnel, environmental management, quality education. Those are very nice terminologies, but I don't seem to relate to them. I don't seem to find the link. And if you're talking about security personnel, are we talking about the askaris? And I use the word askari without any prejudice, that I find by the gate. Are these the real people that you're talking about? And how then do they translate whatever they do to quality education?
Okay, thank you so much. This one is in relation to the duties that they do. So in the research, I found out that there is the security personnel are the people that really control, and they are the ones who are in charge of the rules and the regulations of the school, especially when the students are either going out, coming in, smuggling in anything that can affect their concentration in school. At the same time, in some schools, They are the same people who assist those people with the physical needs to either in the wheelchairs to get them to their places where they want to settle. And they are the same people who really interact very freely with the students. And once everything is settled in the school and the learners are comfortable, then they can learn very comfortably. They also keep the environment clean. They cut the fences. They have so many duties that they perform because in their letters of appointments, they are sent security, keeping security, and any other duty assigned. So they are given so many duties, and once the students are now safe and secure, it translates to their concentration on their teachers, and so quality education takes place within the school. Thank you.
Lyle, I want to do a quick follow-up.
Yes.
Are you saying that really the fellows we employ to take care of basic things like not taking away things from the schools are responsible of virtually all the work that has to go on in the school? I mean, these fellows then must be overwhelmed. And I doubt they can themselves be able to contribute to helping other people because they would be highly stressed.
Thank you.
What they have to do, they're juggling between too many things.
Thank you, Professor.
And I agree with the element that they have an element of considering what is brought in schools, but they become very easy to compromise because they are already overwhelmed. So you can be able to throw a sweet their way to energize their systems. So be quick to take that as you go in with one of two laws of banding.
Thank you, Dr. Now, I think that is why I carried out this research now. For the years that I've been in the administration, I realized much of the blame is thrown to the security personnel and other members of the support staff. And unfortunately, when you go down into really assessing the work that they do, this candor is overburdened with the work. As you're saying, it is true. They are the same people who are sent sometimes they are even made messengers. Sometimes they are meant to take the students to the hospitals at night. They escort whoever is in charge in boarding schools. They are the same people who are sent, especially during exams time, to look for the students who have not come to sit for the exams. It is true. So as I was conducting this study, I was now trying to bring in this issue of the much work that they do that is not even written anywhere. We only see them as if they are just at the gate watching, but they do much more than what we just see. That's why now I am to come up with this study. And that much that they do, that is not even seriously recognized, really contributes to the quality of education, because where they are compromised, the standards go down. Where they are not compromised, they do so much. And at times, and by the way, these people at times they are compromised because their remuneration is very low. They are not motivated as it should be, so they go haywire. Thank you.
If I may ask, are these duties standard for all schools, or in the schools where I went, I didn't see them doing all the duties that you have mentioned?
Okay, thank you so much. In fact, the duties are not standard in all the schools. That's why I brought in this research. They are not standards because in some schools, there is under personnel, like in national schools and extra county. So those in those schools do less than those that are in their schools and the county schools.
Thank you.
And so your study, maybe we will not learn more about it when we did see the other documentation. But I'm asking, in your study, did you select for personnel, for this security personnel, for interviews? So is your study qualitative? Did you really talk to them in depth? And essentially, then how do you then, you have talked about quality of education. Of course, the quality of education should be defined by particular terms so that you're able to assess it. But then did you also look at, after your sampling, and let's say, assuming you interviewed the security personnel in the qualitative, now in your analysis, what are the real issues that came up that you think certain individuals said, if you did this, if you did this? So we'd want to hear that conversation. It's a good conversation. We need to hear it in much more solid manner.
Okay. Now, it's true. In the interview, immediately after entering the gate, requesting to interview these people, first of all, you have asked the study. It is qualitative. Great, it is qualitative. So there was observation on how they were responding and what they were doing in different schools that I visited. And then you would ask them, and then they'll tell you, we are just here perishing if only we end an alternative job. Another one would say, the government should consider putting us on permanent and pensionable jobs so that we also can get loans and improve ourselves like anybody else. Another one would argue, we even don't do our job group. Those are some of the statements that I would hear from some of them. Then they would say, look at this. These girls, these boys come to me. They ask me so many things about the life. They ask me about my studies. They ask me about the hardship in schools and the other such. So I concluded that this candor does so much, and their contribution indirectly is really affecting the education in those institutions. However, in some schools, like I went to a school, in a national school, someone was very comfortable. They were saying, the duties that we do here are so good because even those people that come really give us tips. So it's like their remuneration is not the really standard, but they do much. Thank you.
Back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question?
Lyra, you do not answer the question. How many people did you interview? I still want to hear that part.
431.
401 security guys?
Yes, across all the schools.
Interviews? Did you carry out interviews on that?
Hello. I did not interview everybody. Some were filling the questionnaires. Some were filling the questionnaires. And others could not even write. So for such cases, they would answer questions directly.
So how many did you interview? Just tell me about the interview part. How many did you interview?
Okay, for the interview, in the various categories, I interviewed 201, to be very specific.
How long did you do the study?
It took me 4 months.
Did you say your study is qualitative?
Qualitative.
How did you analyze all that? That's one hell of, and which method did you use? I thought qualitative, you only interview until you reach the saturation point, which is usually by the time you get to the 20th, you've already reached the saturation point and you stop interviewing. Why did you interview so many if it's qualitative?
Okay, the bit is in most cases, you will just go and all of them want to say something. So once they wanted to say something, I would also collect their information. I did not discriminate.
Yeah, but they were not in a group. Lyra, okay, relax.
No.
That's the first thing. Relax a little bit. Because we are learning. We are all in a learning system. So
excuse me.
Your study is beautiful. That's why we are getting deep into it.
Excuse me.
So we would really want to understand, because it's an interesting study. I mean, how many of us really bother about security people and what the contributions they make to schools? Most of us don't. So it's an interesting study. I must underline that. So don't think about the many deep questions that we are asking. That's why you disseminate anyway. You come that we may ask those questions. Because with normal interviewing process, it's like Professor Wanja says, you look at certain themes that are emerging, and like she says, at some stage, you get saturated, meaning you're hearing the same thing over and over again, so you don't need to go back to it. That's the purpose of a qualitative study. But qualitative study can reveal very many deep things that are otherwise just filling a questionnaire cannot. So that's why the number is becoming important, and you shouldn't feel whatever, because then it might mean you did not go deep enough. You just ask 1 or 2 questions and pass. So the depth of interrogation may end up not being there.
So think about it. You don't have to really respond to everything because we are not even a defense anyway. Don't worry. It's not a defense.
Thank you.
That's learning.
Yes.
So think about it, but think that we would want to hear the depth of that interrogation because, you know, I'm also in my mind, they realize the administrator, how open were they? Because you see, you are now, the minute they realize that you are a teacher like they are bosses, you know, their tendency is to feel, this likely this person is not interviewing for they most likely asking questions. So they may give you, so how did you deal with that bias? Because there could be a bias introduced by virtue of knowing that you, the interviewer, the interviewing, did the interviews.
Okay, thank you.
Did you do the interviews yourself, or you hired somebody to interview for you?
Much of it I did by myself. And then for the questionnaires that I gave to be filled, for those who could not fill, they were sent to them and they would respond.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Ryan. Back to the chair.
Thank you. Is there anything else that participants would like to raise concerning the two presentations? Okay, it seems not. So then I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for staying on from morning up to this time. Is a long day, but I'm sure the day has been fruitful and we have learned a lot from the presentations. And therefore, I would like to thank all the presenters for the knowledge that they have been able to disseminate so that we can learn and so that can solve problems in our society, in our communities. So then, thank you very much for everybody for staying on. And now I want to hand over to the chair of the Directorate of Innovation, Extension, and Extension and Innovation. That is Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Iba, for taking us through the afternoon, and thank you to all the presenters. With me sitting here, I've had Dr. Mushiri, I have Mr. Palmas running the slides for us, and I have Maureen also helping us, and others who've been around. So we've been quite a number of us in the room. And for those of you who have kept on until this time, we thank you all for taking your time to be with us and also for taking your time to disseminate. And being our students, we really appreciate. You're providing solutions to the many challenges that you have. You're opening up our minds. This last presentation has actually made me start thinking. I never thought about the security personnel. Now I have to start thinking where my children go and what interactions and how they interact with the security and what it means for not only for their education, but also for their well-being. So we appreciate you all for jogging our minds. I'm sure all of you have taken something home for today. Tomorrow, we continue with our presentations. Please make sure that you have registered for today. If you have not presented, but you have just listened in, we can always issue you with a certificate. You will need to pay 1,000 shillings to just help us to process for that certificate, and then we shall give you the certificate. Today, we are sorry we started a bit late because we usually have chapel, but tomorrow we shall be on at 9 o'clock starting, and we hope that, again, we shall have such a successful day as we've had today. So if there is nothing else for today, I want to thank you all. Could we have a volunteer to close for us with a word of prayer?
Yes.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, our Father and our God in heaven, in the name of Jesus Christ, Lord, we thank you this evening. We honor you, we glorify your name. We worship you, Lord, because you are God and none like you. We thank you for the day that, Lord King of Glory, Father, you have kept us strong, healthy, Lord, our Father King of Glory, so that we could be able to sit in this meeting of presentation, Jehovah God, Lord, our Father. We thank you for every presentation, Lord, my Father King of Glory, that has occurred today. Lord, we know every effort that is being made is to make the well-being of the people in this world that you gave us to serve, whether in the education sector, whether it's in the healthcare system, whether it is in which area, Lord, my Father, you are doing it for that purpose, Jehovah God, Lord. We thank you and we honor you, Lord. We thank you for our leaders, Lord, Father King of Glory, my Lord, who take lead in this area of this presentation, Jehovah God, Father King of Glory, even in their planning and even in the taking lead of the session, Jehovah God, we thank you for them. Father, Lord, King of Glory, we pray that, Lord, as we break now to come again tomorrow, we are praying for your safety, for your protection. God, Father, King of Glory, my Lord, keep us well, keep us strong. God, my Father, King of Glory, to be able to come and join the meeting again tomorrow. And when we see the end of the session, Father, King of Glory, my Lord, of this program, we shall honor you and we shall glorify your name. And it is in the name of our Lord Christ Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, everybody. May you have a blessed evening and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.